All right, hello, I am Aviancer, and tonight we once again return through the Death Gate into a world divided. Great to see you, AZ, Egrets, and Rogue. How are you all doing? It is indeed time for more adventures. Cozy, point-and-click puzzling adventures. Death Gate was your favorite part of La Mulana too, Egrets? I'm not entirely sure how much of that is a joke and is not, given I have not played through the La Mulana series. Have you not seen this version of Tetris before? Well, we do occasionally put blocks together in very specific ways in this game, so it even sometimes makes problems disappear. So, I guess you could look at the world through a Tetris. Very nice on the 20 stream streak, AZ. Very nice indeed. It's 100% true that there's a place in the game called the Gate of Death, and it will kill you a lot. Yeah, okay. Well, that seems about appropriate then, Egrets. Fair enough. We'll see if we travel that gate one of these days. Tina has been nudging me towards La Mulana occasionally. Right, so the last where we left off, we had rescued Edward as well as ourselves from the jail of the tyrant of these lands. Binder News, I'm so happy you made it. I'm glad you're here. Let's go die in the Death Gate. Well, that's what it's for, right? I did finish the Turning Arrows puzzle, Rogue. I think I spent like an hour and a half puzzling it out, but I did in fact finish it. Has been solved and over with. I'm so happy that we can save this game and I don't have to do it again. Heck yeah, Rogue, thank you. Alright, let's have a look. So, we have some gamblers, we have Balthasar. Wait, Balthasar the Necromancer? Is it you? And a whole bunch of gamblers, okay. Oh, the lamp actually is an object. Let's have a look at it. It is a simple lamp not powered by magic, but by burning gas. Wow, that's novel. It is attached to a pole so that Balthasar can read wherever he travels. The dog sniffs around the wall to the east. Oh, there is a secret entrance, I do believe. Excellent. Well done, dog friend. Yeah, we kind of became soul buddies, soul friends with this dog here. Something seems to be bothering the dog. His hackles are raised and he's growling. What's strange is that he seems to be taking offense at the bare wall to the east, which looks normal to you. This might be our first illusion. This might be an actual illusionary wall. Which might mean that we might have our first proper spell puzzle. Okay, I'm kind of excited about this. Let's have a chat with the people here and see if we can learn something more. This is definitely something to note. So, alright, the east wall in a cave. Maybe illusion. I have been thinking that one of these days we will have use of the no, I think we actually learned to specifically have Dispel Illusion spell, if I'm not mistaken. Let me have a look. We have Ward, but we do not have... I don't think we have Dispel Illusion. Alright, this is gonna require some study. Alright, cool. The stream is great because you're decoding on GPU, but the rest of the site is really fighting for CPU time. Just CPU is pinned at 92 Celsius degrees? What are you doing with it, Egrets? I don't... that doesn't seem like a very healthy temperature for your CPU to be hanging out at. I assume it's throttling. You're doing math. Okay. Well, we have one kind of burning on the stream already, I guess. Well, I hope the math goes well. I don't know if I should ask any further on that. Let's have a chat with Balthazar. You have to clear your throat repeatedly before the thin man lifts his sunken eyes. From the book. When he does, you feel the piercing, burning intelligence of his gaze. Although his body is old and frail, you sense that his mind is as sharp as any you've encountered. He quickly looks you over and says, "How can I help you?" So much computing power being put into a basic web page layout. Well, yeah. Oh boy, modern web standards. Not even standards, even, you know, just implementations, to be honest. Are you Balthazar? I think we read your book.
Are you Balthazar?
That I am. I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. Who did you say you were?
We didn't. I didn't say. I'm a friend of Edmund's. We met in Clytus's dungeon. This has some very different connotations. This sounds like he runs like a... You know, one of those dungeons. The fun dungeons. Well, let's see how this goes.
I'm a friend of Edmund's. We met in Clytus's dungeon.
Ah, of course. I thought I saw Edmund return. You assisted in his rescue? For that, we are eternally grateful. How can I help you?
Excellent. We have made friends by proxy, it seems. Fungeon. That's right, Rogue. You're doing a lot of heavily threaded big math, though, Eager. It's very cool. Can I ask you on what topic? Fine news, yes. The fun dungeons. Like Dungeons and Dragons. Yes, exactly. Totally that kind of a dungeon. Yeah, I mean, Dungeons and Dragons are fun. Both of those are fun. You're the same Balthazar, who is the king's necromancer. Yes, I do believe he is.
You're the same Balthazar who is the king's necromancer?
That's correct. Although as the royal necromancer, I suppose that I serve Edmund now.
I think the king died on travels.
The king is dead?
He wasn't a strong man. I think perhaps he had the plague at the end. It was befuddling his senses. The prince refused to assume the leadership from his father, so we followed the king until he died. Those were strange days. The king would lead us in circles as his mind slowly decayed. His death was inevitable. When someone contracts the plague, it is only a matter.
And you still followed along. Interesting. Yes, you like fun dungeons? You like Dungeons and Dragons? Dungeons of Dragons. Yeah, okay. That seems pretty good for me. Monte Carlo error estimation of radar meteor trajectories. Oh, that's very cool, Egrets. Very nice indeed. Are you combining multiple sources of data for that? This plague does not sound like a fun time.
What is this plague?
We're not quite sure. For as long as I can remember, people have been falling prey to a mysterious sickness. We just call it the plague for lack of a better term. When someone contracts it, he dies days later. There is no cure. There doesn't seem to be any cause. It's not contagious in the usual sense. It strikes randomly. All of our efforts to learn more about it have proved futile.
Okay, I'm skipping ahead here a bit, I think. But I have a sneaking suspicion this has something to do with all the necromancy that you're having around these parts. Because the life force has gotta come from somewhere, right? This feels like it would kind of match. I don't know. We'll see if we can find out.
The plague has decimated our population. The dead far outnumber the living. Even if our world wasn't threatened by the imminent collapse of the Colossus, I question how long the plague will let us all live.
I've been to your home. I followed your directions here.
I've been to your home. I followed your directions here.
You followed my directions here? I'm glad that my journal served some purpose. If it helped to save one life, it was worth leaving behind.
It served to save Edmund, and probably you as well for that matter. You only have one radar, but you have multiple receiving sites? Okay, yep, fair enough. So it's like one emitter, but then you receive the... what's reflected on multiple locations? Is that how you mean? Or what do you mean by receiving sites in this case? That's how you figure out that what's in it, where it is in space? Okay.
Prince Edmund has told me quite a bit about you.
The prince is a good lad. A trifle young to be sure, but holding up remarkably well under the strain of leadership. The loss of his father has been hard on him. He wasn't meant to assume the crown for years to come. My thanks for your part in bringing him home.
Certainly. He seems like an okay guy, even if he does seem to be of Sartan origins, but we shouldn't judge people just by their origins.
I'd like... Certainly.
What you're reading there? Is it a good book?
What are you reading?
This is just one of my own books on magic. I'm trying to master one of the lost arts. Illusion. I'm so close to the spell that I can taste it. A breakthrough last night has placed it just within reach.
Okay, this might be very useful.
What was this breakthrough?
I've been trying to construct the spell by taking a back route. I reasoned that if I discovered how to break an illusion, I might be able to build one. Last night, I happened upon the correct bone structure to unravel an illusion. Using this as a foundation, I should be able to construct the Create Illusion spell.
Okay, well... I'm starting to feel like I don't get to figure out this spell by myself. Okay, maybe you can demonstrate this for us.
How long will it take to work out the new spell?
Only a couple of years. This breakthrough has shaved decades off my research.
Oh boy. It's a good thing we're not in a hurry or anything. Knowing a necromancer, knowing necromancy seems like a good idea in a game called Deathgate. The other realms seem to be doing okay without necromancy. I feel like necromancy is ultimately probably an evil here. It's helped them survive, but at what cost? One transmitter, multiple receivers at different locations. Okay, yep, that makes sense. Egrets, yeah, fair enough.
A couple of years? How long do you expect to be around?
You're right. Sometimes I get too involved in my own work.
Oh, that was a little bit.
With the Colossus corrupted, none of us will live out the year. But there's no use in wallowing in despair. I might as well continue, since it keeps me from dwelling on our fate.
Yeah, I mean, gotta do something, I guess. What exactly is an illusion? In spell terms, in this universe.
What exactly is an illusion?
An illusion is a powerful spell speaking directly to the brain of higher life forms. The spell tricks the mind into viewing reality a certain way. An ancient adept at using the spell could create an illusionary cell around you. No bars or walls would actually exist, but your brain would tell you that they do.
I wouldn't let you pass through, I suppose.
To make matters worse, it wouldn't matter if he told you that the cell was illusory. The spell convinces your senses, all of your senses, that the cell is there. Your hand wouldn't be able to pass through the bars, whether you believed in them or not.
That's kind of devious.
Like I said, the spell speaks directly to the brains of higher creatures.
Of higher creatures, specifically.
Lower animals like that dog following you around wouldn't be affected. But
there
for
we
the
go.
purposes of the ancient magi,
The dog knows.
that was enough. Do you see why it is so hard to identify an illusion? When all of your senses are telling you that something exists, there's no reason for doubt. You can't go around suspecting everything, and even if you did, your suspicions wouldn't have any impact on the illusion.
Okay. So it really pays off to make friends with dogs. Create an illusion? That's easy. I've been able to do that since I was a kid. Oh. Oh my god. Haplo, I don't think we have that spell. Are we talking card tricks? I don't know. I need to find out why.
Create
seems-
an illusion. That's easy. I've been able to do that since I was a kid.
Well then, I might as well put a halt to my research right now. I'll leave the teaching of my apprentices to you, and I'll resurrect myself since my life's purpose is over.
Wow!
Thank you
Oh my
for the
god, that was
insight.
very, not, not considerate. Oh boy. Oops, I hope we
Yes,
didn't
what
piss
is
him
it
off.
now?
Okay, there's a lot of really inconsiderate lines here.
What are you reading?
I think we missed on a line there. Can you teach me any spells would be really useful. Yeah, cats are also great. That's true, Binary News. What if someone shoves you through the illusion? Yeah, I was thinking also, like, what if you, like, accidentally fall against illusionary bars? What happens then?
Can you teach me any spells?
I'm afraid not. It takes a good deal of time to teach these arts to a novice. What's more, as a rule, I only teach my
Aha.
apprentices.
I don't think we... I think we screwed up. I'm sorry about that whole illusion spell thing. I didn't actually mean that. Okay, let's see. I mean, honestly, like, all he would need to do is just, like, wave his hand around in front of us and we would be able to pick up the rune. Alright, what was this breakthrough?
What was this breakthrough?
I've been trying to construct the spell by taking a back route. I reasoned that if I discovered how to break an illusion, I might be able to build one.
Okay, so... Yes, there we go. Have you tested your unroll illusion spell?
Have you tested your unravel illusion spell?
Well, no, I haven't found any illusions anywhere. Not that I
Sitting
would
right next to one.
recognize one if I saw it. That's the nature of illusions. The only other way to conjure an illusion is to create one. And since I can't do that yet, I have no way of testing my unravel illusion spell. Although all the signs indicate that it is complete, I'd love to find an illusion
Wow.
somewhere to try it out on.
What a
But who
conundrum.
knows where the ancients decided to place their illusions, if anywhere.
I have an unravel illusion spell I think works. I just need to find an illusion that's completely indistinguishable from reality. Great. I don't think it's actually true, Igris, that we can create illusions. We don't have that as a spell. My code will work on the first try. I'm sure of it. Yes. That's a magic spell that I have only managed to cast on a few occasions. And I was shocked when it happened. It does not usually go that way.
This is getting too technical for me. Let's talk about something else.
Certainly.
All of those guys yelling about in the corner.
What are those guys yelling about in the corner?
They're playing Runebone. It's
Runebone?
some type of gambling game, I believe, very popular with the working class. Since there's not much to do here, they play it constantly. It's very distracting.
I can imagine that. This is your home, eh? Nice decor. Okay, I guess we're gonna be a little sassy here.
So this is home, eh? Nice decor.
There are worse places to live. As you know, Abarak is filled with warrens and tunnels. Most of them are larger, considerably more comfortable to live in. We constructed our city in one of those. These tunnels, although spacious enough to contain everyone from Telestia, are cramped, located too close to the lava of the Fire Sea, and have only one small, clean spring, providing scarcely enough water to sustain such a population for very long.
This seems like a problem on the long term. Runebone, have they heard of Gwent? Is that like from The Witcher? Or is that something else? I have not played the Witcher series yet. It's from Witcher 3, alright, that's what I thought.
Its only advantage is that the cavern is hidden. The entrance is nearly impossible to find along the extensive coast of the Fire Sea. It provides a perfect place to hide, which is exactly what we are doing.
I feel like, given this game came out in 1995, Witcher heard of... the people of Witcher's universe heard of Runebone, rather than the other way around. Who are you hiding from?
From Clytus's forces, of course. If they found out where we were, they'd attack instantly. We'd be boxed in, trapped. We wouldn't last a day.
Okay. Alright, let's ask a little bit more about this reading. Maybe I can have a look at this book. Can I see your book?
Can I see your book?
I'm afraid not. I only lend my books to colleagues and apprentices. You know how valuable they are? Each contains a vital piece of information. Damage to even one of them could delay or completely halt
Okay, you could trust us to actually handle a book. That's not exactly rocket science. Where are the rest of your books? I heard you have a whole library.
Where are the rest of your books? I heard you have a whole library.
They are safe, buried in a secluded spot.
Just buried them in the ground.
At all times. They are invaluable, and I won't risk damaging them.
Okay. Why do you call them lost arts?
Why do you call them lost arts?
That's the frustrating part of this research. All of the magic arts that I've been uncovering were once known and practiced by the ancients. I'm walking over already trod ground. If only more of the texts had survived, I could simply read about these spells instead of having to reconstruct them from sketchy, half-destroyed notes.
This is like reverse engineering from year 2500 when they're trying to figure out like how the heck did any of the technology, our technology is based on, work. We'll see.
Never mind. Let's talk about something else.
Certainly.
Thank you for your help. Perhaps we'll speak later.
As you wish.
Alright, I have a few... He's not willing to teach us the spell. Our dog starts barking at the east wall. The other residents of the cave look at the dog and at you, trying to understand what's upsetting it. Yes. Well, I think I have a pretty decent idea of what I can do here, but... I also still want to talk to the gamblers. You go through your repertoire of attention-getting devices, finally deciding on a straightforward tap on the shoulder. This causes the recipient to suddenly drop the playing pieces he was shaking in his hand. He starts to protest, but when the other players begin to moan, his head drops to look at the winning throw and he laughs. Oh, we were his good luck angel.
That was my luckiest
Angle
roll of the
even.
night, and I owe it all to you.
Other players reluctantly hand over small white stones to the winner, which he accepts gracefully. He then turns to you and says, okay. Since I was responsible for your throw, don't you owe me some of your winnings? Wow, that's got in very quickly there. Alright, well, what are your stones that
What
you
are those
want?
stones you want?
They're not stones. They're rune bones. We make them from animal bones. Each unique rune bone has an individual rune carved into it.
Interesting.
They all interlock. When you throw them down, they form a design. If the bones fall in such a way that they form a legal spell, you win. And all the other players must contribute one of their rune bones to you. If no recognized spell is formed, you lose the bones you threw. Once you run out of rune bones, you're out of the game.
Oh my god, is he just like sitting through ignoring the fact that these guys have some sort of like hereditary knowledge or spells they can't cast with valid spell rune patterns just thrown with the dice? Oh, the irony here! Oh my goodness, my heart. Okay, are these spells real? Can you cast them? Monte Carlo spellcrafting?
Are these spells real? Can you cast them?
Of course not. The runes are all fictitious. We made up the runes and the spells when
Did
we made
you?
up the game. Although when I created some of my runes, I
There
snuck a
we
peek
go.
at a few of the bookworm's old tomes. I wanted the runes to look authentic.
Okay, so they did make them up, but some of them are actually valid runes. I think we want to have some of these stones, or the bones rather.
Since I was responsible for your throw, don't you owe me some of your winnings?
Sure, my friend.
Claims
I
that
guess
you but
did
then
bring
laughs.
me luck on my heaviest bet. I suppose I could let you have a few, just so you can practice a little at the game. If you get good enough, maybe we'll let you join in.
And Scalpus maybe is completely sucker us in the game, pretty much. Alright. Are you hot or is it just me? Well, this is an interesting question to ask her.
Are you hot, or is it just me?
It's just you.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Doing while we're playing Runebone. We pass the time while we're waiting for the prince to decide what we're going to do. I was losing all night until you nudged me. That last
Okay.
throw made up for my entire losing streak.
Alright.
That's all. Thanks, pal.
No problem.
Is this a Sartan moment again? Again, asks AC. I think this counts as not really. Wait, hold on. Is he a Sartan? He might be a Sartan. Looking at his white hair and beard, possibly yes. Although I don't think these are like Sartan. In that case, these aren't really Sartan that are cognizant of their origins. On the other hand, they also like had a bunch of people who did get brought in here. So I'm not 100% sure. Like Edmund, for example, seemed to be a Sartan. So maybe kind of hand wavy, sort of, kind of, not necessarily. Alright, his attention swings back to the game at hand where he gets into an argument over the legitimacy of a thrown spell. Alright. Ah, nice. These are runes that we have definitely seen before. Okay, very interesting. I like the concept of a Sartan moment. I feel like that is very deserved at this point. We could probably define the Sartan moment as foolishness through ego. Alright, we're gonna pet our friend the dog. Dog wags his tail. He seems to like you. The dog continues to bark at the east wall. Its ears pressed back against its head. Alright, so... Alright, I think what we do here is... I'm going to cast a spell on our dog friend. We will share a body for a little bit. So this is on the theory that since if we are ourselves in the form of a so-called, what was it? They talked about like higher creatures. I'm not gonna call the dog a lower creature or anything like that. But you know, one that's different, whose brain is different from ours and so on. Maybe the spell will not affect us. Trace the runes in the air and place your hands on the dog's scruffy fur. The magic swiftly takes hold. You stiffen as you feel your soul passing away. Everything goes dark. Dog wants to play Runebone as well? Possibly, yes. Darkness doesn't last long. The world fades back to the dusky grey tones that you've come to expect from the dog's eyes, although the mist-colored sight, sounds and smells are quite amplified to compensate. A bitter, sharp odor draws your attention to the east. Through the dog's eyes, you see a small tunnel that you've missed before, running into the cave wall. Dry, stale air from the opening carries a disturbing smell. An evil smell. What does evil smell like? AC, do you happen to know? Alright, 5 points. Alright, we're gonna enter the hidden tunnel. Yes, you know, okay. This I'm curious now. Can you describe evil to us in the terms of a scent? Ah, the magic of synesthesia. Describing the smell of dead bodies. Quite possible. Alright, let's enter the hidden tunnel. You feel something very wrong about the tunnel to the east. You cannot force the dog's body into it. Perhaps it has more sense than you. I guess we don't do that then. Alright, can you bark at the hidden tunnel? Woof. Something you can't identify, something evil and ominous wafts from inside the tunnel. It makes your hackles rise. Alright, in that case, I think we return to Haplo. Alright, we are back in our... It is not, in fact, a human body. It is, in fact, a Patryn body. Alright, I think we can now talk to Balthazar, probably, about the fact that he's sitting right next to an illusion. Have you noticed anything unusual about that cave wall to the east? There's like this thing that you have been looking for, I don't know how long. You're kind of sitting right next to it.
Have you noticed anything unusual about that cave wall to the east?
Unusual? No, it's just a cave wall, one of many, actually. Why?
What would you say if I told it was an illusion?
What would you say if I told you that it was an illusion?
I'd say, how can you possibly know that? Your brain can't distinguish reality from illusion. You are a higher life form, aren't you? That's just an assumption, mind you.
The funny thing is here that we shifted our soul into the body of the dog, at which point Haplo just like went faceplant probably in the middle of everybody for a bit. So, you know. Nobody took any notice of that. I looked at it through the dog's eyes, and it's not there. What do you think that means?
I've looked at it through the dog's eyes, and it's not there. What do you think that means?
You mean you possessed the dog and he didn't see it? Yes, that would follow. The spell does not communicate with the lower life forms, and by possessing the body of such a form, you would bypass the magic of the illusion. You say it was the east wall. It's an illusion. Imagine.
That's
I've been
right.
close to an illusion every day, eager for a chance to test my unravel illusion spell. I'll try it now.
Revelation. Why are you saying your casting state smell? Oh, I don't know if I want to describe that. Smells like weak old baby vomit. Okay, or dishes that have been left so long. Ah, yes, goody binder news. Okay, yes, those are not very nice smells, I agree. Evil smells burnt popcorns is rogue. Ah, yes, indeed. Right, let's see about him casting the spell in front of us, which hopefully will allow us to actually, also learn it. Balthazar wanders over to the cave wall. He touches it, even pushes at it with all his might. With a questioning look in your direction, he waves his hands about, tracing blue glowing lines in the air. When he has finished the final rune, the spell floats into the wall. The rock flickers, then dissolves, like so much mist. Beyond, you see a small crawlway stretching into the darkness.
It worked! It worked! This is exactly what my research needed. Now that I know the Unravel Illusion spell is correct, it won't take long to finish the Create Illusion spell.
Balthazar dives back into his book and resumes reading with rekindled enthusiasm, and just completely ignoring the cave that is opened next to him. Yeah, I wonder... I would expect him to have a little bit more curiosity about why did they put an illusion on it. This feels like a good place to save. Let's see. Could you... Come on, let me make a new save. There, okay, alright. Yes, this illusionment. You'd also ignore the cave if there's an evil smell coming from it. I probably wouldn't stay sitting right next to it, so... I feel like I might want to go somewhere else at that point. Well, we're gonna go in it though. We're just gonna go find out what on earth is in there. Oh, you know what? I think we might need the, Oh. It's a robe here, and remains. The dog stays behind, bristling and growling at the tunnel. The air in this small hidden cavern is heavy and thick. Something happened here, something very evil. Let's go back here for a moment. Can I get your lamp? Can I... No. One look from Balthazar convinces that you must have been crazy to even think about taking his lamp. Alright, fair enough. Alright, we have a clearly safe spell book, probably of Plasma Beam. I would not be surprised. This honestly looks like a scene out of Noita. Alright, we're gonna take the spell book. Oh my god, alright, let's investigate the remains. A thin pile of charred remains, almost entirely ash, is somewhat covered by a tattered black robe. Rogue remains? I hope not rogue. I would rather that rogue remains rather than rogue becomes remains. Someone wrote code using a non-local go-to in this very cave. God, Biter News. Anything could happen. Oh, we can just wear the rope. I assume, yeah, this also seems very safe. All right, let's just grab it. Why not? I think we must have died. Your fingers touch the black material of the robe. It feels inexplicably cold. The frost runs up your arm, and soon your whole body begins to shiver. The rocks of the cave seem to take on a life of all their own. They whirl and twist and become something totally new. You realize that you're seeing a vision of an entirely different place. See a man dressed in the robe you touched. Although the room is dark, he is unmistakably Sartan and up to no good. He stands in front of a a gigantic stone spire covered with magic runes. His attention is focused on a large rune in the center of the spire, which I'm going to draw out. I am, in fact, going to draw out now. Alright, I must make notes in case it is very relevant later on. This might be the Colossus. This may very well be the actual Colossus that has been maintaining life in this realm of stone all this time. And this guy, Sartan as he is, decided to go and mess with it. That seems about right. It's a little bit of a triangle in there as well. All right. Set Colossus rune. Question mark. Dude in black robe with plasma beam. All right. Gotcha, Biner News. Hey, Skull. Welcome back. You crashed through the window and throw a potato at the man. Fair enough. I feel like that might be a distraction that the world could use right now. Unfortunately, this is a vision from the past, I do believe. You cannot throw this potato through time at this time. Yeah, you thought I said rogue remains? Yes, robe and remains. A nervous dwarf stands nearby, watching this man cast spell after spell at the rune. The wizard curses and yells as the blue fire strikes the stone, but without effect. Oh, nice shake of a fist there, mister. Finally, a particularly fierce spell actually affects the column. Its usually constant blue grows faint. With a triumphant shriek, the wizard commands the dwarf to approach the spire and to break the rune. Sartan, did you not learn anything about the last time that you shattered the world? You should not shatter the pillars that are holding everything together. It does not lead to good things. The dwarf quakes with fear, but remains steadfast. He approaches the rune with a hammer and a wedge. Ooh! Oh, we've got fire now. He's the dwarf from the cave. Out in front of him, when he cautiously touches them to the rune, a massive explosion throws his body back like a rag doll. Is this the king? This is the original king, I think. And that is the enslaved dwarf, which has unfortunately met a very poor ending. The man shrieks again, but in frustration. He curses the dwarf's slim body for its weakness. The strength of madness enters the wizard, and even while maintaining the spells that hold the spire's rune at bay, he simultaneously casts a mighty spell. Too quick to memorize. Damn! I was hoping that we would be able to actually catch some of the spells that he's just throwing around here, because he seems to be drawing a lot. Upon the dwarf's corpse, a misty image of the dwarf appears floating over the body. I believe we are witnessing necromancy right here. Its expression is one of pain and terror. It's as if something has taken a hold on it, in the manner of a rope wrapped around its foot, and it's dragging it back into the corpse. When the spirit image has been totally subsumed by the body, the dwarf's eyes jerk open. Okay, necromancy very bad. Confirmed. Not terribly surprisingly, but no, this is not a good way to treat people. It's bound the spirit of the person back into his dead corpse to do his willing. This is not okay. The man in black screams at the dwarf to finish his task. Slowly, the dwarf drags himself to his feet, gathers up the hammer and wedge, approaches the spire. He touches the tools to the rune again. Again, the magic reacts, but now the explosion only rips flesh from his bones. And somehow, the dwarf manages to stay his ground. That's not all right. It's forced to just fight through all of that pain and suffering to just hammer on the rune. 5 blows of his hammer force a chunk out from the center of the rune to fall away. Immediately, the rune's glow vanishes and all of the other runes on the spire grow a bit darker. The man in black laughs as he picks up this piece of stone for his personal power or advancement of some sort, I imagine. He admires the rock in his hand as if it were some kind of a relic. He then turns his attention to the obvious hole in the spire's rune. With his free hand, he weaves an intricate spell that is too complicated to follow. Sure, why not? And suddenly the rune appears to be whole again, and this is why nobody knows why the column has been failing. The strange pair exit the chamber, leaving the spire seemingly whole, but much darker than when it started. Is there no end to Sartan foolishness? He doomed the entire... that is indeed where the rune stone went. He doomed the entire realm to slowly perish for gaining some modicum of power over the others. The scene shifts. Now you see the same man seated on a throne. He holds a scepter, which has, as its headpiece, the same chunk of stone from the spire. Others in his court display obvious fear of their ruler and keep quite a distance from him. This man seems to prefer it. You see no sign of the dwarf. Okay, so scepter has the piece of... Let's see, the Colossus, yeah, okay, that's what it's that's what it was called. Covered by illusion, yeah. Welcome back, Minor News. As a short summary, the first king of this realm decided that it would be a great idea to carve out a chunk of the Colossus that maintains life and balance in this realm and make a scepter out of it to gain some modicum of power over the people living in this realm, and in the same, dooming the realm to a certain slow death. Nobody wiser, because he covered it up with an illusion. You're sure nothing will go wrong, exactly. Another scene. The wizard is much older. He is handing the scepter to another younger man whose face bears a close resemblance to that of the wizard. You can see the avarice and longing in his eyes and the reluctance in the eyes of the wizard in the black. After the younger man has snatched the scepter away, he takes no further notice of the older wizard, who walks away slowly. Ah, this is where he ended up. Now you see the old wizard in this very cave. He stands on the rock floor, alone. The madness in his eyes is overwhelming. He murmurs to himself for a while. You catch only the mouthings of a few words. They'll never find me. Must bring me back. Must never bring me back. And this is why he cast Plasma Beam on himself. His hands wave aimlessly in the air, and there we go. And that's what happens in Noita. But then, when you begin to see the blue traces of a spell, soon the rune construct is completed. It flies into his body and explodes in flames. The wizard trashes a bit, but in short order is no more than a pile of ash. Surprisingly, the robe he wore has been left untouched by the flame. I wonder if this is a spell that we have learned now? Self-immolation? Oh god, this is an AV ancestry. Yep, destroys my stream. Burning birds. Oh no. Nothing happens for a while, then you realize that the visions have ended, and that you are looking at the same scene. Only thousands of years later, the robe lies in the same place, covering the ashy remains of the old wizard, and this is why the illusion was in place. He never wanted to be resurrected. Tentatively, you pick up the robe, but no further images haunt you. Rogue turning in some burning birds as well? Oh no. Did we learn we learned the spell. Well, well, well. Oh boy. Oh, use magic on Haplo. Spell. No! It literally is self-immolation! Sure, let's go. It really is binary news. Cast! Just for the sake of burning birds. Like an artist, you carefully draw the rune structure in the air. It floats close and slips inside your chest. We're learning. Instantly, it feels like as if your heart has caught fire. You scream and scream until the fire eats away your lungs and throat. After that, you don't have much to scream about. Or with. Oh, this is so stupid. Usually I very unintentionally catch fire. In this case, less so, I guess. Right, where's the legend counter? Here we are. All right, we're gonna be, yeah, I feel like fair enough is about appropriate for this spell. All of your good Noita runs so far have ended from you instant killing yourself. So relatable, exactly, yeah. Now you understand. All right, undo this spell. So we have a nice black robe we picked up for fashion. We have the immolated remains of the evil wizard person. Okay, I wonder if there is like some modification we can make on the self-immolation spell that would allow us to turn it into immolate other, perhaps. Is there anything else in here? I think not. Alright, I think this seems like a totally nice place to be reading evil magic book in. here we go. It's about necromancy. Great. Welcome to the Book of the Dead. Study of necromancy. Let it be known by any who would read this book who would learn of the dark practice of necromancy, that it is forbidden. Well, there you have it. Let the reader do so at the peril to his soul and those of his brethren. Welcome to the stream where we are literally going to read this book. Quite literally. This tome is intended for information's sake only. Oh my god, that disclaimer. Okay, that's beautiful. I love that. He who disregards this warning and undertakes to practice this discipline has committed a crime against his race, and at this time a crime punishable by death by the order of Sartan High Council. Cool. They've created the realm where literally they're all practicing necromancy. If this warning strikes you as too harsh, you are obviously not familiar with the after effects of this art. Simply put, for every person brought back from the death, another of his race shall die untimely. So it was because of the necromancy. Well, that confirms it. This spell is tantamount to murder. Cool. Therefore, it is treated as such. Necromancy is literally death magic. It can be used to draw back the spirit of the dead and force it to inhabit the body it has rightfully vacated. This does not bring the dead back to life. Indeed, the body loses its ability to feel and heal its wounds. Eventually, even the best kept corpse will be useless. Countless accidents and daily wear will eventually exhaust its potential, and the spirit never quite grasps what has happened. Oh boy, this is dark. It exists in a state of constant confusion. In its own mind, it is reliving its past. It replays events that it has experienced, despite different environments and the lack of other players and props. Some lose contact with this world entirely and live only in their created reality of the past, but that is an extreme case. Most spirits can understand and communicate with the living. This is their only benefit. Resurrected corpses obey the living as well as they can, given their mental and physical limitation. In a situation where the living cannot function at peril to life or health, a corpse can perform admirably. And this is what they fell back on to survive in this realm created by the Sartan. Necromancy was discovered by accident. A failed experiment to uncover the soul's destination after death unexpectedly provided the basis for resurrection. No one understands precisely what the spell does. The spell's results are understood, but where are we drawing the spirit from? What are we consigning it to? They don't even know. They didn't even know. Why does another person have to die? Yes! And why only from the same race? These questions will have to remain unanswered as all experiments involving the use of the spell have been prohibited. Rampant use! And there is indeed the necromancy spell. Well, welcome to the Forbidden Arts 101. Tonight we learn necromancy. Huzzah! Wait, this spell looks somewhat familiar. Where have I seen a pattern like this before? This looks very familiar now. Is it Possession? Is this like very close to possession? It would kind of make sense. Oops, I'm not doing a very good job with drawing this one out. That's perhaps for the best. For it is a dangerous spell indeed. Banished, this reminds you of a block of solid gray powder. And as far as I recall, it was sold during the American Prohibition. Part of Patryn said, to not put this into a large barrel of water and leave it there for 6 weeks, as that would create alcohol, which is illegal or something like that. Yeah. This is for instructional purposes only. Nobody should ever cast this. Welcome to the Dark Arts. Tonight we learn necromancy. Tomorrow, how to bake dark bread. The darkest of breads. With rye. Total rye. Right, this text should serve only to remind that the practice of necromancy has been condemned. By forgetting the art and its consequences, we risk that future generations will unwittingly follow our footsteps, rediscover the discipline, and repeat our mistakes. Well, look at what happened. At least they tried to do something for once. Although I think that like they just found this and then like started doing necromancy despite the warning, so yeah, they're kind of responsible anyway, I guess. Look upon this text as knowledge, pure and simple. Knowledge never kills or destroys, except in the hands of those who misuse it. Yeah. Well, we have plenty of people here who will misuse it. You have learned a spell. You close the book and replace it in your inventory. Did we just learn necromancy? That's a lot of runes we have now. Resurrection. Alright, well, first of all, we probably don't want to murder somebody by casting on these remains. Okay, I feel like it's not gonna work anyway. Sure, why not? Well, we're gonna go with the dark bread arts. Welcome to the dark side. We have cookies. Exactly, Rogue. Here are the precise instructions on how to not do this very illegal thing. Make sure that you do not follow these exact steps, as that would be illegal. Unless you're in the SCP world, mimetic agents absolutely can kill you. I have read some SCP things, but I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that particular one. Alright, I have saved. I am going to cast Resurrection on the person who definitely did not want to be resurrected, because this seems like a totally reasonable thing to do. We're clearly not going to be following this book because that would be totally illegal and banned. Cast. I mean, you know. You cast a spell, but it fizzles on contact with the remains. Not only is it too little to bring back, but the spell works only shortly after death. Clytus has been dead for thousands of years. Alright, good. Now he can remain dead. Probably for the better. cave is much larger than it appears from the outside, but is crammed full of Sartan refugees. The dog happily runs up to you. You run up to Balthazar. Everybody's running now, eager to discuss the amazing vision you've just experienced. Are we just gonna tell him? Okay, cool. Yeah, I have no choice but to tell him, like, hey, hey, we learned necromancy. We learned about this fool who carved the runestone out of the Colossus. Maybe it is good for people to know that bit. I just had an incredible vision when I picked up this black robe. What do you think it means? Just throw the robe on him.
I just had an incredible vision when I picked up this black robe. What do you think it means?
A vision? Tell me about it.
Memory things are things that affect you when you know about them. I mean, like, memes are effectively a memetic thing, right? Like, if we consider real world. Mind viruses, yeah. Well, Snow Crash also, like, described this concept. Snow Crash was a very fun book. Anti-memetics? Things you can't learn about. Ideas that actually try to prevent themselves from being spread. Interesting. That's actually a kind of a neat concept.
This is amazing. You've just experienced the life of our first dynast, Clytus I. It answers quite a few questions I've had about his rise to power and his reign. It also answers many questions about our current situation.
Sure is fucked. Oh, yep, after we quickly recount the vision to Balthazar, who listens raptly, and this is what he says. How did this happen? Why did I see all of these things when I picked up the robe?
How did this happen? Why did I see all of these things when I picked up the robe?
I'm not exactly sure. It's possible that when Clytus took his own life, the robe became infused with his spirit. This happens sometimes, especially when the death is particularly violent and the victim is very powerful in magic. When you picked up the robe, what was left of Clytus, lying there for thousands of years, passed through you. Your mind interpreted this by showing his memories. This is all speculation, you realize.
Okay, I've got to take a picture of what I have drawn here and post that on the Discord. This is really quickly. Let me see. Right, as things would have it. Seems reasonable. Post on to, let's see, stream chat. Yeah, that seems about right. Yep. There we go. For informational purposes only. All right. Can you interpret the bit about Clytus's grab for power?
Can you interpret the bit about Clytus's grab for power?
I would be happy to. What would you like to know?
How did he convince the council to let him disband and institute the monarchy? Well, let's ask about the right ruling council first.
Wasn't there a ruling council at that time? Could you tell me about it?
The High Council once governed over all of Abarak. Clytus was a member. It democratically created laws for all Sartan and at one time the Mensch as well. When the Mensch woke the Sartan, the Council was the body that decided on the course of action. To put a handful of the Mensch to sleep and wait for the interconnection. The council would have continued to rule if Clytus had not been so power-hungry.
Yeah.
How did he convince the council to let him disband
Plan.
it and institute a monarchy?
He didn't have the political power to do that. No one did. So he required magical power to back his play. He made himself undefeatable with the scepter. No one dared to oppose him after he created it. It was child's play to institute the monarchy. He merely eliminated every possible opponent.
Yeah, that's how you do democracy, right? You just zap everybody that opposes you.
Why did he do all of this?
I believe that to be a member of Abarak's council, the only requisite was a
For
mastery
liberty,
of magic.
yes.
This implied intelligence, but not necessarily sanity. Clytus was clearly insane, if not before his play for power, then afterward.
Let's move on to another topic.
Very well.
Can you tell me exactly what happened to the Colossus? Well, I feel like it's kind of damaged
Can
now.
you tell me exactly what happened to the Colossus?
The Colossus is the source of Abarak's magic. It is what warms the stone, melts the ice, and feeds water throughout the world. It was an unparalleled marvel, by far the greatest of the ancients' achievements. It contains so much power that it's easy to see why Clytus lusted after it.
Sartan Dynamo. What was the rune that he was battling with?
What was the rune that he was battling with?
It was a containment rune.
Containment
The spell
rune.
was a cap for the Colossus's magic. It sealed the spells inside to keep the magic from flowing out, so that the Colossus would last forever.
And now it has been leaking out for quite a while now.
What happened when he finally subdued it?
Over a
Good night,
period of
Rogue.
several
Thanks for hanging out.
months, Clytus wove an intricate set of spells that temporarily weakened the containment rune. When the structure had drained the rune of enough power, he had his dwarf servant carve a chunk of the rune away. It was a central line of the rune. Without it, the symbol was meaningless and therefore powerless. The Colossus's magic began to drain away.
Alright, what did he do by removing that chunk of the rune? Well, that seems pretty obvious, but let's ask anyway.
What did he do by removing a chunk of the rune?
It was much like taking a chunk of flesh from your body. The magic sealed inside of the Colossus started to leak out, like blood from a vital wound.
What would be the goal of this? Like, was he siphoning it off for the scepter, or why would... Exactly, yeah, there we go. Why did he do this when it eventually destroy the world?
Why did he do this?
He probably
when it
didn't
would
care, because he
eventually
would die
destroy this
eventually.
world? Didn't he think ahead?
It's true that eventually the Colossus would lose enough power to cease supporting Abarak. I'm sure Clytus must have known this. It's possible that Clytus was counting on the interconnection.
Or he just didn't think that far ahead, or he didn't care. He just didn't care.
Before it would actually make a difference. Long before that, the interconnection would occur, and
Uh-huh.
Abarak would survive on the energy.
Yeah, everybody would be happy together and,
On
like,
that,
you
I'm
know,
a little
interconnect.
unclear as well. The interconnection is a little mystical to me, but it's obvious that the ancients believed in it.
The ancients were idiots. They didn't exactly make the correct circumstances for them to happen, and then they just gave up in the middle of everything.
Perhaps perhaps they shouldn't have. Thousands of years have passed and no interconnection has taken place.
Quite.
The Colossus is failing and it's taking our world with it.
What did he do at the end before he left? Well, just cast an
What
illusion
did he
spell,
do at
right?
the end, before he left it?
Clytus was intelligent. He knew that people would see the Colossus with a huge chunk missing from the containment room and realize something was amiss, so he placed an illusion upon it. Now the Colossus looks normal, even feels normal, but the hole is still there, the rune is still broken, and magic continues to flow.
What a terrible thing to do, to consign everybody just slowly withering away.
Can the Colossus be fixed?
That's an interesting question. I suppose it could. If the rune were reconnected, it would begin to function again. The spell would hold in the magic as it is supposed to. I don't know if the Colossus has enough magic left at this point to support Abarak anymore, but at least it wouldn't lose.
Well, these things wouldn't get worse, I suppose. How do you pull more magic in it, I wonder?
The original fragment, if it were replaced, would do this. Actually, it wouldn't have to be the original fragment. Anything that had the missing line that fit into the hole would reconnect the rune. The complete rune is the important element, not the composition of the rock. If something with a fragment shape were placed inside the hole, the containment rune would reactivate.
Okay, so anything with the right rune can fix it. And we have some rune bonds happen, so let's see if we can... Maybe we can figure something out with that.
Enough about this subject.
Very well.
What was the deal with the dwarf? Well, he was... The dwarf was the... Well... I guess the slave of the then king. A statue maker, as it happens.
What's the deal with the dwarf?
The dwarf was Clytus's personal servant. He worshipped Clytus, very like a well-trained dog. I believe that's how Clytus saw him as well. Not much more than an animal.
Not cool, Clytus. Also, you shouldn't be little other animals like that either, for that matter.
Why did Clytus bring him along?
Clytus needed someone else to break the rune. It required all of his concentration and effort merely to subdue it. While he focused on weakening the rune, he had the dwarf run in and carve out the chunk.
What did you do while Clytus battled the rune? Well, just chipped
What
away
did
at
he
it,
do
right?
while Clytus battled the rune?
He just waited to be of service. Every day, he walked with Clytus through the catacombs to the Colossus and waited. If you count the amount of times he wandered in and out of the catacombs with nothing to do, that dwarf must have known it like the back of his hand. You couldn't get much more depth.
That was actually useful information. Okay, dead dwarf knows the catacombs.
What happened to him when he tried it the first time?
Even weakened, the rune's magic was strong. Clytus should have known better than to send a mensch to cut the rune. It killed him instantly. I believe that this is where Clytus finally went mad. He was so close to his goal, and his plans were about to be foiled by a lowly mensch.
Jeez. Let's tone down this a little bit.
In desperation, he resurrected the dwarf, knowing that the result would be much more resistant to damage than the dwarf's original body. The corpse dragged himself up, and still loyal to Clytus, removed the chunk of stone from the containment room. Clytus had succeeded in breaking the rune at only the cost of a mensch. A bargain.
Okay, dude, maybe you shouldn't be making these kinds of value judgments. Ah, is that when Clytus instituted the practice of necromancy among the
Is
Sartan?
that when Clytus instituted the practice of necromancy among the Sartan?
Come to think of it, you're right. Coincidental timing? Perhaps not. It's possible that he instituted the practice to justify.
So this
his
is where
own
it came from.
actions. That's almost
Make
unthinkable. We've
everybody.
been using necromancy for thousands of years to cover for one man's mistake? I certainly
No,
hope
that
that's
sounds-
not the case.
That sounds on par with the Sartan, alright? That seems pretty much right. Cool. That is most definitely the case, Binary News. I agree. Yep, that's the Sartan moment, alright.
Where did he end up?
After Clytus had broken the containment rune, he had no further use of his servant. He banished him to the ancestral home of the dwarves. It's a complex of caves fairly near to Telestia. The dwarf obsessed about Clytus for years. Having the mental retention of the dead, he eventually forgot that he had completed the mission and broken the rune, so he sat in his cave waiting for Clytus to come and take him back
Ah.
to the homes. I think he's been waiting there ever since.
Okay, pieces are slotting in right now. I am seeing our next steps.
Let's move.
Very well.
Tell me about the Scepter of Rulership.
Tell me about the Scepter of Rulership.
After Clytus took the chunk from the Colossus, he fashioned a scepter and used the chunk as a headpiece. He brandished the finished product at the council and demanded a crown. They caved in almost immediately.
Figures.
What kind of power did this scepter have?
Mostly destructive. He could turn a man to ash with no more than a flick of the wrist. I believe it also had powers of a more subtle nature, though my texts don't address these. What is written is that the scepter is unmatched in sheer destructive force.
How did it get its
This is
power?
what I'm interested
When
in.
the chunk was removed from the Colossus, the containment rune was broken. Magic began to seep from it, much like blood from a wound. It was always Clytus' intention to draw magic from the wound for his own
this is what I
purpose.
was expecting.
He found that he could focus this power through the
Yep.
piece of the Colossus that he possessed. That is why he fashioned the scepter, using
Okay,
the
so you're
fragment
siphoning
as
the Colossus.
headpiece.
Great.
Why did the council cave in? Wasn't it filled with master wizards?
Clytus was drawing upon the magic of the Colossus. Nothing could withstand that. Where the other wizards had to weave the rune construct slowly into the air and pull the possibilities of their spells into this reality, Clytus could just disintegrate them with the wave of his hand.
Zap.
Before any organized resistance could be brought to bear, Clytus had eliminated any council member powerful or stubborn enough to oppose him. The others fell into line like cattle.
Great. Is there any way to counter the scepter? That's actually an extremely good question. I would like to
Is there any
know.
way to counter the scepter?
That's like asking if there is any way to defeat the Colossus. In a sense, it is the same thing. The scepter draws upon the Colossus's power. It cannot be overcome.
Ah, but perhaps yet. If it draws on the power of the Colossus, what happens if there's no power leaking?
Although it wouldn't be necessary to overcome the scepter if it were rendered useless. This is just a wild thought. But the scepter focuses the power of the Colossus that is leaking from the broken containment rune.
Same
if the
thought.
rune were completed and the containment spell
Same hat.
isn't working, the scepter couldn't draw upon the magic. It would be useless. All of this speculation is worthless as well.
I'm
You
very
can't
much thinking
render
the same that you're
scepter
thinking,
useless
Binary
without
News.
completing the containment rune. You can't complete the rune without replacing the headpiece inside the Colossus, and you can't get the headpiece without rendering the scepter useless. A vicious circle.
And this is where hacker magic comes in. Anything is possible with undefined results.
Where is the scepter now?
When Clytus grew too old to rule, he placed the scepter in the hands of his eldest son, Clytus II, and disappeared. The line is continued unbroken until this day. Clytus XIV now holds the scepter and rules Abarak. I would guess that he has it within his palace.
He sure does.
Let's talk about something else.
Very well.
I can't explain why Clytus ran away at the end.
Can you explain why Clytus ran away at the end?
I have a theory. After he passed the scepter on to his son, it was only a matter of time until he passed away, either naturally or at the hands of one of his many enemies. He decided to come here, to a secret cave where he could hide forever.
Didn't want to be resurrected himself.
Clytus entered and decided upon a small chamber for his final resting place. He cast
Understandable.
an illusion spell upon the entrance in order to keep everyone out.
If only he had
Even if
actually
someone
respected it
found
for everybody
these
else.
caverns, they wouldn't penetrate his inner sanctum. He had reasons to want not to be discovered. At the very end, he cast a self-immolation spell. This is surprising, but not totally unexplainable. I believe that Clytus actually feared resurrection more than death itself. By destroying his remains, even before he was dead, he assured himself that he would never be raised. That's why you found a pile of ashes inside his robes, which were fairly intact. The self-immolation spell destroys the body of the caster, but nothing else.
That's an interesting detail that we should try and remember.
It appears that Clytus wanted to minimize the chances of anyone finding and raising him. But even so, his actions seem extreme. His remains were completely destroyed. Why did he bother hiding in these forsaken caves guarded by an illusion spell? I wonder if he was hiding anything else.
There was a little book there. Maybe it's good for these people to actually know this. I feel like it would be.
I found a book lying alongside of Clytus. It claims that necromancy is forbidden, and that for every person raised, another shall die untimely.
That is the final answer. The one I have been dreading my entire life. Necromancy is forbidden. Of course. You say that for every person brought back, another dies untimely? This is what we have termed the plague.
Indeed.
We have unwittingly been killing ourselves for
And your king.
centuries, and we have done so at the command of a long-dead maniac. How could we have been so blind?
Let me just check in which party you've been involved with again. It's easy when you're Sartan.
We have to
He
change.
stops and sobs.
We have to put things right. I shall stop the practice of necromancy with my people, but it's only a start. We have to overthrow Clytus. We have to tell everyone.
Good. All right, we're making a real good difference here. Also, after a moment, he regains control and looks up at you and says as much. Oh, a big wing stretch. I unfortunately cannot do a big wing stretch with the way my setup is right now. I will have to, I think, return those points. I want to fix that sooner or later. But yeah, my my current setup does not allow that. Do you want in real life? Okay. I will do a big wing stretch. Okay. Sure, that works. Yeah, it's because I have two sets of scenes. This is from of my old scenes. based off those. And all the new stuff I've implemented in a whole different set of scenes. And at some point I'm going to merge these things in some fashion. I'm working towards that.
Do you know how I could get to the Colossus?
The Colossus is located in the middle of the catacombs in the foundation of Clytus's palace. It's said that only the descendants of Clytus I are shown the way through. No one else is allowed in. Even if you were able to sneak back into the palace, I can't imagine how you would find your way to the center of that maze. Besides Clytus, there's no one living who can show you.
Indeed.
That's all I need to know.
As you
That
wish.
is all I need to know. Cool. That was quite helpful. Thank you, Balthasar. Right, I don't think we missed anything in there. Alright, back into the dragon ship. And we're going to head back to Telestia. We have unfinished business there. Quite a number of things, in fact, but we're going to start off with this one. Alright, let's go pay a visit to our friends in the cave. Well, the cave is too far away. Well, let's get closer. Enter the cave. Oh, we're reading poems to the snake. It's so nice.
Grab him quick or you won't last.
Alright, carry on. Alright. And now we have indeed somebody who is dead. And perhaps on our behest they could do something. Not magic, but indeed a robe. You slip the black robe over your body. Although the back is rather torn from the front, you cut an imposing figure. Perhaps quite resembling someone from the past.
My lord Clytus, I knew you would return. I have been faithful. As you asked, I spoke to no one about you. I have waited for you to take me back to the Colossus so that we can complete what we started. Take me with you, my lord, please. Take me with you.
Most certainly, dwarf friend, and we will treat you so much better than Clytus ever did. The dwarf studies you with his one rheumy eye, sees the vague form of the black robe, and then smiles. An unsettling sight. You look like hell. Are you sure you can walk? I'm not going to carry... Well, yeah, not a good line for that one. I sat here for thousands of years waiting for me. Did you make that statue in the clock tower? Is that supposed to look like me? Ah, this is a good question.
Did you make that statue in the clock tower?
Oh, we're making a fake
Is
noise
that supposed
voice now.
to look like me?
A statue? A statue? I carve statues of you all the time in your service. You said that it pleased you. I hope I haven't done anything to make you angry. I might have made a statue when I first came here. I can't remember. Forgive me, my lord.
Oh, this
It's all
poor
so
dwarf.
foggy.
What about the scepter it holds? It's an exact replica of the original.
What about the scepter it holds? Is it an exact replica of the original?
You spoke about a scepter. Every time we entered the catacombs, you said that you would make a scepter that held the fragment of the Colossus. We haven't taken the fragment yet. How could I have duplicated a scepter that doesn't yet exist? Take me to the catacombs, my lord, and we will extract the fragment you need to make the scepter. I ask only to serve
I feel
you.
so sorry for this dwarf. Do you know your way through the
Do
catacombs?
you know the way through the catacombs?
Of course I do. A dwarf never forgets his way, especially through underground tunnels. I could find my way to the Colossus blindfolded.
His voice changed a lot there. I certainly hope so. Your eyes are so weak that you might as well be wearing a
I
blindfold.
certainly hope so. Your eyes are so weak that you might as well be wearing a blindfold.
My
eyes are fine. It's just that the world has grown a bit blurry lately.
It's just the world that's incorrect. Alright, of course, come with me now. We shall go there immediately. Well, we'll see if we can actually get him moving. Jesus, this line is... Haplo, no! We have not definitely decided to leave him for the snakes.
Of course. Come with me now. We shall go there immediately.
Yes, my lord. Of course, my lord. Let us go.
Joints?
I'm ready.
Joints unused for centuries creak and pop as he slowly rises. It's rather disgusting to see how much of his body is left on the cave floor. Surprisingly, he succeeds and walks unsteadily towards you. Indeed, Binus. Yeah, this is not a good way that this dwarf was treated in any fashion. Having snacks so easy? Nice. Alright, we have a companion of a dead dwarf. Alright, back to our ship we go. Or should we visit the city first, or the town? Would he be able to help us out? We do have a Weiss now. Hold on. Let's make sure that we don't miss something here. Clock tower. Climb up the rope. Dog jumps up but has no luck at climbing up the rope. When pieces of the dead dwarf starts falling off as he tries to climb the rope, he decides to wait for you on the ground. Oh my goodness. Oy. You stand on the small platform behind the clock's mechanism. The back of the clock face takes up the west wall. It is ready for vandalism, I feel like. Alright, can we use the Weiss? Put the Weiss on the scepter. The Weiss won't fit in between the tongs of the scepter while it's open. Alright, so we tighten the Weiss. Twist the screws until the Weiss closes tight. Alright, here we go. Alright, put it in the scepter. Nice. Shove the Weiss in place between the tongs, holding the headpiece in place. It is indeed a snug fit. Alright, let's loosen the Weiss. So this should hopefully pry the headpiece of the scepter away from it. You twist the screw and slowly the tongs of the scepter begin to wrench apart. After quite a while of intense effort, the stone headpiece falls from the tongs' clutches to the metal platform below. What was that? Okay. A Weiss is stuck between the scepter's tongs. You'll never be able to pull it free. Alright, fair enough. I guess we don't really need it anymore. Let's take the headpiece. Nice. So now we have a look-alike. The wedge-shaped headpiece is carved from the smooth black rock. On the flat end is a single graven line. A single graven line, much like the original piece on the scepter. A central line, in fact. This was definitely a good place to visit. Alright. Excellent. It's not the runestones that we needed. This is the thing that we really needed. Perhaps this is hopefully all we need from here. Alright. The dog is happily bounding over to our side, and the dead dwarf lumbers over to us. Alright, now I think it is time to go. I think we should save, probably. Have made much progress. Carven art. Not so much craven art, but carven art. And I believe we return to Clytus's palace. Alright. I believe this is the path to the catacombs, in fact. If we just enter the cave. You are in one of the many passages that run through the palace's foundation. A stairway leads up to the more populated areas.
I thought you might be coming back here, and you might need me. The
Oh,
rest
what?
of my people are on their way to storm the palace. I came ahead to aid you.
Oh!
I hope you don't mind. I see you're climbing in the social circles.
The Sartan prince steps out from the shadows of the dungeon. This is Edward. The Edward from earlier. Looks at our shambling dwarf at our side. Okay, so that was a social circles comment. He adds with a chuckle. We've got all the people now. We've got a dog, a good boy. We've got a dead dwarf, also a good boy. And then we have Edmund, which is at least less suspect than many of the other boys.
Yes, my friend?
Who are you? So where is everyone else? Where are your troops? Are you a one-man army? Okay, so everybody else is storming the castle. They're gonna get zapped if we don't do anything about it.
So where's everyone else? Where are your troops? Or are you a one-man army?
My people are infiltrating the palace as we speak. As long as they don't have to confront Clytus directly, they'll be
I guess.
fine. His guards have been relying on their ruler to protect them for too long.
Ah. Do you think they'd catch on to that secret passage after we've been wandering through it all day?
You'd think they'd catch on to that secret passage after we'd been wandering through it all day.
I like this
Clytus's
line.
guards are too complacent by half. Even after our escape, the passage remains accessible. If I had any respect for Clytus's intelligence whatsoever, I might conclude that it's a trap.
Fair. The dwarf's been through a lot. Give me a break. Good, Haplo. Thank God for having a compassionate comment to make.
The dwarf's been through a lot. Give him a break.
I think he's had a few too many breaks already.
Okay, Edwin, not cool. Not cool. You're supposed to be one of the good ones.
That's all. We'll talk later.
Sure. It's not like I've got anything else to do.
Yes, my lord?
The milky eye swivels and squints in your direction. How's life been? This is an absolutely terrible thing to ask, but I'm gonna ask it anyway, just because I'm terribly curious.
So, how's life been?
I didn't have
That
many
tone was not
visitors.
good.
With a front door like mine, what could I expect?
Okay, that line was worth it. That line was worth it. Oh my god, that puzzle. Fair. Fair. We've definitely been given as much as we've handed out there.
Never mind. Just keep it down, all right?
I'll try to be quieter, my lord.
Oh my god,
Clytus.
I'm sorry, dwarf friend. Okay, map. Catacombs to the north? I think maybe to the north?
The Colossus! Break the rune! Break the rune! My lord commands me!
Alright, as soon as you open the door, something lights up in the dwarf's mad eye. He screams. Totally beyond reason, he pushes you aside and charges into the catacombs. Okay, I hope we can actually stick with him. The door slams shut behind him, catching his rotted shirt in the door jamb and tearing a piece of the cloth off. His footsteps echo as he runs deeper into the maze. Oh, for crying out loud. Oi. Dwarf screams appear to have alerted the guards! At the top of the stairs, you hear some questioning grunts and loud stomping. Alright, we must act fast. Alright, grab the cloth. Give cloth to our wonderful good boy.
Someone has entered the catacombs without authorization. The dynast is coming. Wait for Clytus. He's the only one who knows the way to the catacombs, and he wants this intruder himself.
Oh boy. Alright, we're on a timer now. We are racing. You hear stomping and rustling at the top of the stairs. No one comes down, however. It's not until you hear what was said earlier that you understand why. For some reason, Clytus is personally interested in you. Well, we did kind of fool him, or outsmart his trap. Alright, we hold the cloth in front of the dog. He sniffs at it and then lowers his keen nose to the ground. His ears perk up and he points to north. Nice. Excellent, excellent job, our friend the dog. Alright, we go north. You heave the door open and wander into dark tunnels beyond. You are in a dimly lit chamber within an ancient catacomb. The dog sniffs a bit and then points to the north. So, if this was a Sierra game, I would be drawing a maze right now, but we've got a dog. I hope the dog is going to keep me from having to draw a map. Well, we'll see. We will find out. It would have been entirely possible to get to this step without taking the headpiece with us. In which case, we would be in deep trouble if we tried to go forward from here. Like, this would be a situation where we'd be screwed. Alright, we continue north.
Got the stinking rebel trapped now. Only Clytus knows the way through the catacombs. He'll be here in a second to track that lowlife down and kill him. You hear me, rebel? You're going to die!
Well, that's gonna be on your face. I hear the guards punching outside the entrance to the catacombs. Well, we don't need stinking rebels, we just need one stinking dwarf. Alright, where do we go, boy? Dog is pointing to the north. Alright, awesome. You are in a dimly lit chamber within an ancient catacomb. The dog sniffs a bit and then points to the north. Alright, we just go north, I guess. You hear a commotion towards the beginning of the catacombs. Clytus is yelling at the guards to stay back and watch the entrance while he enters to take care of the problem. We assume that this means you. Technically, we should still be in line of sight, unless it's just really dark in here. We're just going straight north. So, dog was saying north. And the dog sniffs a bit, then points to the west. Alright, we go west. And we go south. Oh my goodness, what a good boy. You deserve a treat after this. Alright, go west. And we go north. This would be terrible to have the map the usual way. Like, this is exactly what we did in, like, games like King's Quest. Is it 5? I think it was 5. Might have been 6. Alright, good boy is pointing us to north. Again, north. The footsteps are getting closer. We need to move. It's only one pursuer, but he's running. He knows these catacombs well and he's gaining fast. Oh dear. Is there anything we can set up as a trap for him? Probably not. Just gonna try and do this as fast as possible. Alright, west, no missteps. Alright, we go north. North. This is pretty long. North. Nice! We found our way to Colossus. A huge stone spire rises. I should have been writing down the path that we were taking. Oh dear. I just realized that I maybe should have made making a reverse map to exit the catacombs. Okay, I hope this game does not screw me like that. I would not... I don't fully expect it from this maker, but Sierra definitely would. I should have been leaving breadcrumbs easy. I did not... Yep, I did not think that step ahead. Alright, I think we might not need it, but we might need to do that section again. Alright, huge stone spire rises from the pool of lava. Its surface is covered with the ancient mystic runes of the Sartan. Nice, we made it to Colossus. This is perfect. There's the stone seal piece as well. Alright. We must cast a spell on the rune. And we must act fast. We will unravel the illusion. As you trace the runes in the air, you start to sense the wrongness of the Colossus. The crux of its magic, the containment rune, has been broken, and then covered up with an illusion. Your spell carefully unties the deception, until the illusion completely unravels and falls away. What remains is a hole in the center of the containment rune, where an important line should be. Without this rune to complete the rune, it's powerless and has ever since the piece of the Colossus was removed. Has been so ever since, yes. But we have an authentic knockoff copy of the seal piece. Footsteps continue to pound behind you, very close now. Alright, we must act fast or we will die, so we put the headpiece into the hole. You place the copy of the headpiece into the hole in the containment room. It slips inside smoothly and firmly. The lines carved at the top of the headpiece connect with the remainder of the rune and complete the spell. AC wants me to save the game? Yep, we can try and do so. Welcome back, Pioneers. Yes, we do have a seal piece. Arf, arf, indeed. We have an authentic knockoff of the seal piece, in fact. Alright, this does not solve all of our problems. This is only to postpone immediate death. Immediately the rune begins to glow. It isn't very bright, but you sense that the spell is working. The Colossus's magic is being held inside the spire. None is leaking out as it did before.
Patryn, I knew you would be trouble.
Oh no.
I should have killed you when I first had the chance.
And he's already here. I don't know if I can save.
It seems that I have been far too generous lately. I'll have to rectify that.
Just as you back away from the Colossus, Clytus himself comes charging into the room. Panting, he stops and looks you right in your eyes. His eyes swing to cover the prince as well. Alright, The Sartan lifts his scepter and holds it dramatically in front of his body. But nothing happens. He tries it a few more times, staring in disbelief. Maybe the batteries ran out. The prince laughs, then draws his sword and pounces on the confused dynast. Clytus doesn't have the sense enough to scream, but looks bewildered by the sword wound left by the prince's attack. He topples into the moat of lava surrounding the Colossus as the powerless scepter falls from his lifeless fingers. And that was the end of the Tyrant. Clytus is nevermore and will be nevermore. There's no bringing him back. He has indeed become burninated. Close enough for government work? Yes. It turns out it was. Just finished another set of three sets of stairs. Nice! Nice, Binder News. That's some real good exercise, it seems like. You can sprint up 4 flights of stairs 3 times before you get exhausted. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of stairs. And you're giving him a quote from Arkantos' AOM Fall of the Trident campaign. What exactly is that? That is the end of his one stream, of this one stream.
So, Haplo, you are a patron. I know about your race.
Oh, now he figures it out.
Me well. This should make us enemies, but you have helped me. You have helped my people. Perhaps you did this for your own reasons, but I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I still consider you my friend.
Good. Because we kind of just saved your entire realm from your own foolishness. Well, perhaps not your specific foolishness, but the foolishness of the Sartan on the whole. Prince steps over and picks up the scepter. He hefts it in one hand while he holds the sword in the other. Okay, so he's got all the firepower right now. Looking at us somberly, he says as much. Oh, it's your favorite RTS game? Okay. I have not played that. I actually don't have any knowledge on that one.
I thought that this was my most valued possession. Now I know that I value my subjects, my world, more. I want you to have it, to make certain that you do not forget us. If Abarak is to survive, we must be linked to the other worlds, and you are the only one that can do this.
Alright, he's actually got a decent head on his shoulders. And he gives us his pendant after removing it from his neck.
Take the seal piece. Go back to your ship, through Death's Gate. Save this world, Haplo, my friend. We need you.
Alright, we're turning out to be the savior of the people. Both Patryn, Sartan, and the other races alike.
Now I must clean this palace of the filth Clytus left here. My people should be in position by now.
Alright, I feel like this world is in a much better place than when we entered it. And he walks off. Alright. Let's grab the stone seal piece. Perfect. A metal seal piece is inscribed with the naming rune of Abarak, the world of stone. Colossus has been repaired. Oh, you know what? Actually, the scepter wouldn't have done anything anyway because we did close off the magic. You can enter the lava pool. What? A pool of lava surrounds the Colossus like a moat. The small bridge allows access to its front, including a larger containment. Alright, I'm saving the game, AZ, like you requested. And we will have a warm bath. With the hope of becoming one with the world of Abarak, you step into the pool of lava. You get your wish! You actually can do it! Holy heck, Haplo. Alright, undo. Why is that even a thing? Why? Okay, well, I guess thank you very much, Legend, for making that possible. We can have a warm lava bath in this game. Old RTS game from the early 2000s. Ah, with a good campaign. Interesting, Burn News. They made the, like the same people who made the Age of Empires games. I played that series a tiny bit. It's a remake coming this late year. Interesting. I mean, you can poke me on Discord, I guess, and mention about it. It's been a while since I've really played strategy games very much, but like it's not outside that realm of possibilities entirely. I have played Dune 2, I guess, recently-ish. Hello, Esgrant. Good to see you. How are you doing? Alright, we have his pendant. What is this? The Prince's Pendant is a miniature replica of the entire world seal. Ah. Has the naming runes for all 4 realms and the Nexus. So this is basically how the world seals would actually look like. Alright, I feel like this is everything that we need from here. Look at the rune. A large rune in the center of the stone spire is the focus of many spells placed upon it. The symbol is a spell that contains the magic inside the Colossus. It keeps the Colossus magic from leaking out. Since the hole has been filled by a copy of the original, the rune is complete and functional. Perfect. Alright, well. Can we get out? Also, the wharf has wandered off. Oh no. Okay. I did not have to try and backtrack our entire way through the entire catacomb. Lucky indeed. You wander back through the catacombs to the entrance. You are in one of the many passages that run through the palace's foundations. Stairway leads to one of the populated areas. So let's go check out what's upstairs now that Clytus has been dispatched with. Oh, you hear a skirmish at the top of the stairs. The prince's men are clearing the palace of Clytus' entrenched forces. You decide that it's better to avoid these conflicts. Well, this is how they keep us out. Fair enough, I guess. Oh, we're gonna return to our ship instead in that case. We have the stone seal piece. It is time to engrave another rune. Rune transfer, thank you very much. Wait, oh, steering stone already has that naming rune on it. Or do we cast it on the pendant? Alright, this is, okay, alright, that makes sense. Nice. Transfer the pendant onto the steering stone. Does it still have everything? Has the naming runes for all the four remaining four realms of the Nexus. Oh! The dog friend is coming with us. Excellent. What a good boy. Alright, is there anything that we're forgetting to do in the realm of stone? We solved the clock tower, we solved the dwarven puzzle. We've done the catacombs. We've done the castle. I don't think there's anything left for us here right now. We have stabilized the realm of stone, so we will set sail. We will not, in fact, set sail. Okay, I guess we will set sail to the secret cave, and from there on, we will, in fact, use the steering stone instead. You take the dragon ship back through the Death Gate and return to the Nexus. So tired, Eskrant? Oh. Understandable. And we return to the Nexus. All right. Let's report back. And here is Xar, studying perhaps a different home, perhaps the same one. Who knows? You produced the stone seal piece while recounting your macabre experiences on Aberak. Quite unexpectedly, instead of focusing on the large number of surviving Sartan there, Xar asks you to elaborate on the art of necromancy. No, Xar. Bad. Necromancy? Bad. Not just for informational purposes. He even asked you to see the spellbook that shows the spell. Xar, oh no, don't be like that. Don't turn evil. Don't repeat the hubris of the Sartan. You're better than that.
It appears that these Sartan have done our job for us. By using necromancy unchecked for thousands of years,
they did kind of do that.
Their own race. I'm sure it's fair to assume that there are only a few stragglers remaining in the other realms, like your Zifnab if any are left alive at all. The survivors in Abarak don't sound strong enough to resist us. In fact, they are in the midst of a civil war. Once the world is reformed, the resulting chaos will be perfect for our army to walk in and destroy both sides.
Have you considered that we don't actually need to do that? Sartan moment brewing. No, easy. Let's try and keep that from happening. I think we're better off with, like, nobody really having the power of necromancy. I think that would be for the better. Well, he kind of saved us in the very beginning, and he has been treating us quite well as another patron. But I think that he might be a little bit blinded by revenge at this point.
You've done your job well. There's only one world left, and I hope what you will discover there will be no surprise. Many coffins filled with dead Sartan. If you haven't already, take the amulet that your prince was foolish enough to give you and transfer it to your steering stone.
Yep.
Go to
Sure did that.
and bring back its seal piece. We're very close, Haplo.
We do very much want to reunify the world. So it's Celestra then. That's water, I believe. You said that it was necromancy unchecked that killed the Sartan. Does that mean you'd consider using it within limits? You'll just kill random patron with doing that. I'm gonna check how is Xar vibing on necromancy?
You said that it was necromancy unchecked that killed the Sartan. Does that mean you'd consider using it with limits?
Do you understand the potential of that spell? An army whose numbers never diminish, whose members get stronger after they die. What force could stand against it? Naturally,
no.
we'd have some other deaths to compensate, but they'll be manageable. After a few skirmishes, the mere threat of our army would be enough to enjoin surrender. Then we wouldn't need to use the spell anymore. Until that happens, there are always losses in war.
Nope. Yeah, this is exactly what the Sartan did. No. Yep, not this bad idea. Throw that one out. Certified Sartan moment? Yep, sure is. Oi, wait. Okay, Prince Edmund places faith in me to save this world. That's why he gave me the amulet.
Prince Edmund placed his faith in me to save his world. That's why he gave me the amulet.
This is from the race that consigned you to an eternity of torment, and he asks you for help. Are you seriously considering his plea? Look at his situation. His people squabble among themselves like mensch. Even now, they are in the throes of a civil war.
Don't talk down to them.
He wants you to help him. You represent the greatest threat his kind has ever known. He must not have realized what his amulet would mean to us, but it is our responsibility to take advantage of it.
I'm all for reunifying the world, but honestly, we don't need more war right now.
You don't just represent yourself. You are the vanguard for our entire race. Don't let your emotions get in the way of your mission. I'd hate to have to cut it short. Look deep inside yourself. You'll find that you are a patron. You were whelped by the labyrinth and fires of hate. Hate for the accursed Sartan that put you there. I can trust you, Haplo, because you are a reflection of me. You are my son, as all patrons are my children.
I see. Well, we can agree that the Sartans were idiots, but I don't think we need to walk down their path. Have you learned anything new about the 6 Sartan devils that you're researching?
Have you learned anything new about the 6 Sartan devils that you were researching?
It happens that I'm very close to finishing my research. I have linked 4 of the devils to the spells that they were responsible for. and the other two aren't long in coming. Unfortunately, one of those two created the reformation spell, so I cannot stop now. That's the spell I really need. The ones I uncovered, the original sundering, something called the interconnection, etc., are useless to me. But as I said, I'm very close.
Okay, the interconnection might be a temporary stopgap. And it would definitely make the lives of a lot of people better. I would like to know that spell. Honestly, we really want to reunify things instead, but that would be an interesting option to have.
That's enough for right now. I'd like to talk to you later if you don't mind.
Very well. I'll be here.
Ah, Xar. Blinded by hatred. Well, hopefully, as we head into the realm of water, we will find some way, some method of setting things right instead of perpetuating in the Sartan foolishness. And we head to Celestra, the world of water. Upon leaving the Death Gate, your ship is surrounded by water. A light from an underwater sun glints off the crystalline domes of orbiting moons. Underneath the nearest, you see an entrance, so you got your ship inside. It's like a submerged dome type thing. Oh wow, okay, they have a double dome, that's kinda nice. That's playing it safe. Gotta have some redundancy with these kinds of things. Your ship has landed on the beach, which rises to a dark cave in the rock wall. A shimmering city lies to the west. You notice that the stone you're holding has started to glow a faint green, and it also tingles a bit in your hand. Well, apparently we have some kind of an ultimate evil in presence. The evil stone, exactly binary news. The stone that Sifnab, or Fizban rather, gave us. Sifnab's stone is an arnical stone in shape, somewhat rough but without sharp edges. It glows a slight green and tingles to the touch. Maybe there is something to his rantings and ravings after all. There is something magical about it, for sure. You see huge sinuous tracks leading in and out of the cave's mouth. Some debris, including a bone or two, lies strewn among the tracks. Okay, we've got some sort of a funny animal inside, apparently. There's water here. Though seemingly a small self-contained lake, you know that from travels that it empties into the sea that envelops the entire world of Celestra. We have a clear bottle. Let's put some water in it. Alright, we filled the bottle with water. I'm having some more Sierra vibes right now for like wandering in a desert with a bottle of water. Who knows? come on, let me save. Alright. Alright, let's go see this funny animal. You walk towards the cave, but as you get closer, you begin to feel fear gnaw at your insides. You felt fear before in the labyrinth, but nothing like this. There's nothing around to inspire such terror, but every step you take toward the cave makes you want to claw your eyes out. Before you're halfway there, you've collapsed on the ground. Magic, you reason. It must be magic. Alright, we did not die, but that is extremely ominous. There is no spell of fear that we know of, I think. Alright, if it is magic, would it affect the dog? If it is mental magic, then it might not affect the dog. Can we enter the cave? And I'm so sorry, dog friend, if we're putting you in peril. I'm going to assume that this is some sort of a warding spell that is keeping us from entering. You step toward the cave, but some unnamed terror forces you back. Alright. In that case, no. We cannot overcome it through the dog. So we have a warding... Do we know the warding spell already? Hold on, let me just double check that. We do have a ward spell. Alright. That's good to know. I'm still looking for the cool spell puzzle to come. Sooner or later. I think we're gonna explore west. A thick wall surrounds a city-sized glowing dome. In front looms a gate upon whose door is a huge graven spell. You get the distinct impression that you are being watched. What is the spell? Identify. Oh no. This kind of an identify. A ward spell is graven onto the city gate. It maintains a magic shield around the city which prohibits foreign magic. This includes any magical spells, objects, or creatures, which includes you. I suppose we fall in the definition of a creature. Those are some very big eyes, Binary News. Okay, so we know the warding spell. Oh boy, the stone is sure getting brighter. Strong green color. Just touching it sends needles of pain to your skin as if in warning. Sheesh. Alright, can we learn... Okay, we already know warding spell. Alright, use magic on the dome. Ward. This powerful spell can only be cast by a group of talented sorcerers working together. It erects a shield which effectively repels all foreign magic, including magic objects and creatures. Ah, we have a lot of... Oh. Alright, so it adds it into the same place. Unknown spell. Alright, can we remove this? Undo. Does this even continue? No, I don't think that even continues it. Alright, so it probably needs to be something that has a line coming from the top. Alright, we can reduce this pattern. A little bit. Unknown spell. I'm doing spell research right now. This is the kind of a thing that took our wonderful wizard Balthasar decades to do. Let's see what we can accomplish in a few minutes. Alright, this rune is possession, so we have discovered his work already. What about something like... Let's see, I don't think this continues the line, does it? Oh, it does, actually. There may also be more parts to it, which is, vaguely speaking, a problem. Okay, that one does not fit. Depends on, like, how is it combining these? Okay, no, I believe... Oh, come on, undo. It needs to be an unbroken line, but it's a little bit weird, like, how it connects in some cases. Like, does this connect, for example? It does not, alright. Should it be just pointing upwards directly, then? We may not have the correct rune. Alright, no shortcut here. I was hoping that we might be able to discover something that would reverse warding by doing a little bit of trickery with magic. It keeps other spells away, so I don't think we can... Can't mess with that. Can we just, like, cut this spell? No? Okay, ward might not be something we can do anything about yet. There's a rock pile here. Wow, that is something that very well blends into the background. Alright, well, let's take a rock. You pick up a rock, then another, until you're staggering under the weight of them all. Hold on, wait, I just wanted one of them. Finally, your strength gives away and all the rocks fall back into a pile, coincidentally resuming their original positions and shaping a new pile, identical to the old one. Wow, what a coincidence! Thanks, we don't want to apparently draw any more graphics today. Alright, open the rock pile? Why is there a rock pile here? What is the purpose of a rock pile in this case? Do we have anything reasonable we can cast at it? It's not humanoid shape. I don't think so. Alright, let's return to the funny animal cave. Alright, can we spell? Can we spell? Okay, fine, sure, why not? Can we cast a spell at the cave? We cannot. Are we supposed to just crush the stone? Surely not yet. What is the purpose of the water? Most curious. Alright, is this water deadly? I'm just gonna test it. Let's drink the water. Lap up some of the water. It's clean, cold, and filled with minerals. Alright, seems fine. Okay, we can go north here, right? Oh, no. No, we can't. This limits our options a lot. Now we have a small white hexagonal piece of bone. A rune has been carved onto his face. Magic on the rune bone. Cast identify spell on the rune bone, but nothing happens. Evidently, rune bone is not magical on its own, at least. Okay. Was there anywhere else where we can go inside the warm realm of water? You don't know of any other places to travel inside this realm. Do we need to return somewhere elsewhere? Feels like something very strange is going on here. Crushing the stone feels not great because it's a single-use thing. Maybe I need to try it just in case. Let's see if we can crush it. You press on the stone with all your might but fail to even dent it. Alright, now we know that we can't do it yet. Splash some water on the spell. Wash it away. Put the bottle on the outside of the city. Outside of the city is a big place. Where actually did you intend to put the clear bottle? On the rock pile? It's a rock pile, not a clear bottle pile. Well, add a stone to it. Why not? Hey, it works, I guess. You carefully place Zifnab's stone on top of the rock pile. It is, after all, a rock pile. As you set it down, the glow fades a bit. You don't dare to take your eyes off it, because if the glow left entirely, the stone would look like every other rock in that pile. To keep from losing your favorite stone, you snatch it from the pile. It faded a bit. Is that, how relevant is that? The zinger, do we have another purpose for the zinger still, I wonder? This is starting to feel like we need to travel in some other realm. I guess I'm gonna possess the dog for now. Look at the gate. Ah! Many stones alike, but perhaps not in every single way. Some rocks lie in a natural pile, but what about smelling them? No, a rock pile just smells like an old rock pile. Alright, we're gonna bark at it then, fine. Okay, that does not help. I'm just gonna talk to Haplo, why not? Haplo, who is unconscious right now. What? Excuse me, what? Hey boy, are you feeling alright? You feel a little corrupt. Okay, Why is the dog now existing inside the sea? Dog is looking at us with longing eyes. Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Yes. Okay. This is unusual and weird, namely both. Give the stone to the dog. Dog sniffs the stone a couple of times and doesn't show much interest in the stone. Fair enough. Sudden dog. Yes. Weird, but okay. I don't know why this is a thing. Not much interest in the robe either. Let's see if I can wear it. Already wearing the back robe. Oh. Maybe it's to remove it. I'm sure to forget the fact that we've done that. Just gonna pet the dog. I don't think he's supposed to be in this scene. Still exists here. Okay, I think we have duplicated a dog. Excellent. Because, yeah. Still with us. Of course we can't see the other place right now, but still. I can't cast spells. Okay, this is weird. Just have a bottle of water. That's all. Can we leave? Just gonna leave the copy of the dog here for the moment, I guess, to hang out. Use the steering stone? Nope, haven't completed our mission. Okay, so that does narrow our scope to just Celestra. And we have literally 2 scenes where we can do anything at. What could possibly be of use in this situation that we have? Why have we got a bottle filled with water? Cast magic on the bottle? Okay, I have one idea. Cast a spell on the robe. Spell. Cast, create a shroud of darkness. It is black and it's cloth. For some reason the spell has no effect. Perhaps Clytus did something to his robe to make this cloth impervious to it. Okay. Maybe we should be wearing it. If it protects us from magic in some way. A bazooka? I mean, a bazooka... I actually don't know if it would be helpful here at all. Unfortunately, we neither have one, so we can't really test it. Some way to enter the cave. Neither us or the dog can do it. Like, it feels like there's some sort of ward on this thing as well, but it just cannot cast any kind of magic on the spell. Or magic on the cave itself. Magic on the water? Heat? Cold? Cold? Can't change the temperature of the entire lake. Okay, well, fine. Let's make ice. Feel like your natural spring water a little chilled. Nice. Honestly, chilled water is so good. How about heat? It's gonna get a little bit tepid, unfortunately. A little boiling should clear that water right up. You don't know what's been swimming in it. There's so very little clear here. The dog is in the way, so we can't even see the dog. Maybe we can actually access the rock pile barely here. Alright, cool. Alright, rock pile. Spell. How about transportation? Cast a spell on the rock pile, but the rock pile isn't the transportation, so it has no effect. Alright, well, fair enough, I suppose. There's something really weird going on here. Alright, cast magic on the rock pile. What can we do? Unravel illusion? No illusion there. Either that or it's more clever than us. Alright, fair enough. Magic dome. How about maybe that's an illusion? Doubt everything now. Cast a spell on the magic dome, but evidently there was no illusion. City gate, smooth block divisive wall surrounding the city. A rune structure has been carved on the surface. Magic spell rune transfer? No rune on the city gate to transfer. Maybe. Ah! Yes! It's this one, right? Time to do a little bit of magical hacking. Rune transfer, please. Transfer the rune bone onto the spell. You transfer the symbol from the rune bone onto the city gate. Yes, I got it. I figured it out. Immediately the rune appears at the end of the spell, modifying it from powerful ward into a possession spell, and which is a valid spell. Since the possession spell has none of the qualities of the warding spell, indeed is a very useless spell to place upon a city gate, the magic dome falls away to reveal the glistening capital city of the Sartan. The sight takes your breath away. Excellent. Nice. Alright, there's our little bit of magical hacking from our lock-picking wizard of tonight. You find it very hard to regain your lost breath as you're struck by a wave of terror. All of the glimmerings you've experienced before this are nothing compared to the fear that grips you. You've never, ever been so afraid. Maybe the gates weren't there to keep somebody out, but keep something inside. The sheer emotional impact throws you to your knees. Blood rushes in your ears, a shriek emerges from the depths of your being. In the labyrinth, you always used your fear to an advantage. It made you quicker, smarter. This fear is unreasoning. You can't control it. You can't use it. You don't even know what's causing it. Wild-eyed, you almost break your neck, swinging your head around, trying to spy the source. It isn't long in coming. A black taloned claw strikes your back and sends you sprawling into the sand. You twist around but cannot rise. You stare into the blood-red eyes of a dragon. They show you your death, and you can only gibber in response. We have made a dragon friend. Ah, Patryn.
Ah, a patron.
A patron. Fair enough.
That if I let you live and watched for a while, you would succeed where I have failed for so many, many years.
We were too clever.
You have opened the city to me. My magic was useless against that infernal spell. But you understand those mystic words. You changed it somehow. I'm grateful to you, Patryn. In return, a quick death. Painful to be certain, but quick.
Can I request something else as a reward? You know, on the count of us actually having been helpful? The dragon's voice is as black and oily as his scaled skin. His head swings up and to stare at the city. Friend-shaped. Very friend-shaped. Maybe not necessarily a friend. You're not usually this mean, Skull? What's painful, AZ? Okay. You find that the words are completely failing you. You lie helpless, trembling under the claw of this dragon. He rears back, inhaling. Flames leak from his nose and his mouth. When he appears about ready to lose his fiery blast, something catches his eye. Immediately he curtails his attack to stare at the brightly glowing stone that Sivnab gave you. Was Sivnab actually useful?
What is this? This wasn't made by the puny rune magic Patryn's. How did you come by it?
You can't even form the first word of an answer, and it seems that this dragon doesn't really expect one. His other foreclaw reaches out and delicately removes the stone from your possession. He draws the stone up to his eye for closer inspection. In reaction, he hisses and roars, and waves his neck back and forth, wildly, sinuously spouting flame everywhere.
This should not exist. It is impossible. There is only me, Sangrax. I am the wave. Don't mind if I relieve you of the stone, do you? You will certainly have no need of it shortly.
His eyes narrow and fix on you once again when he speaks. His voice is more controlled. It is the proof of the existence of another dragon in this realm. Well, not in this realm, but in the realm of air, was it? Yes, I think that was the first one we entered. Or in fact, fire. But either way, you don't mind. Yes, we don't, I guess. Oh, he tosses the stone away. It falls onto a pile of rocks similar shaped and sized. The only way you can distinguish it from others is by its shine, which is like the sun. Suddenly you take notice of a flurry of forms played on the ground. You realize that your dog has been silently crawling towards you on its belly, braving the aura of fear that keeps you helpless. Every inch is a struggle, and it seems that at any second the dog will bolt, but it keeps coming. What a brave boy. When it gets near, a quiet whimper escapes its throat, barely audible, but loud enough to attract the attention of the dragon.
This is your rescue? A life form lower than yourself? I will give it this. The dog is certainly braver than you, Patryn.
He's a good boy. Dragon rears back and fills the cavern with laughter. Wait, what cavern? We're not in the cavern, right? This gives the dog just enough time to crawl within reach. Looks at you plaintively, even puts its muzzle into your outstretched hand.
Perhaps the dog is wishing you a fond farewell. It knows what is about to happen. I was simply going to kill you, but I've reconsidered. I won't merely end your life, Patryn. I will eliminate every
That's a little on the hostile side.
I am going to destroy your soul.
Hey! Hey, now!
Insist on this or any other plane. You should not have brought that stone into my presence.
Okay, Synapse has totally screwed us, it seems. Or maybe there is still something we can do here. Sure pissed off the dragon. The dragon rears back again. Oh, now the dog is properly existing. Oh, this is why the dog could exist here. We found a bug earlier that spawned the dog before the dog was supposed to exist, it seems. You assume that no distraction is going to keep it from completing its task this time. You take one look at your struggling companion and draw some strength from his bravery. You might have wherewithal to do something if you only could figure out what to do. This is a very desperate resort. I don't think we have any other options. This is a lot. 20 points. Magic on the dog. I don't know that this is going to help. But if you intend to destroy our soul, we're gonna put it somewhere elsewhere. Swap is an option, but we don't do that. We are not gonna do that to the dog. Alright, possession. Is a very good doggo. Agreed, Egrets. Trace the runes in the air and place your hands on the dog's scruffy fur. Magic swiftly takes hold. You stiffen as you feel your soul passing away. Everything goes dark. Soul flies into the dog's body. Just as Sang Drax lets loose a blast of fire. The dog's reflexes leap you away, keeping you from harm. This doesn't save your body, though. The flaming column burns a hole clear through its chest. You can actually see the glowing rock floor below. We are in fact now a dog, AC. But we still exist. Which is a step away from annihilation.
Now to take care of his mangy pet.
Alright, it's blows in triumph, but then his eyes aren't on you. He breathes in, preparing for another blast. Alright, the stone. We can't tell apart from the rest of them, except maybe by smell. We haven't game overed yet. How do we tell apart the rock? I feel like our life hangs on a thread here. Either we leave this scene, or we try and do something. Smelling the rock pile does not seem to be an option. Okay, I think we try and leave. There's his tail. We're gonna go east, and we're gonna do the scamper. The bulk of the dragon blocks your escape in that direction. Your only path lights west into the city. Alright, well, fine, we go into the city then. You bolt into the city, narrowly missing the dragon's second torrent of flame. Scared almost of your mind, you dart into the cluster of buildings. You pad into narrow alleyways and twisting side streets. Soon, when you feel you might have lost the dragon, you wander into an open building. I don't think there was any way to save Haplo's body with that. But we saved ourselves, at least. Roped figures are filling the seats surrounding you. They move slowly, yawning as if just awakened. A man in the front notices you and approaches. Oh no, we walked into a city of the Sartan. Oh my god, we don't know what stupid they might get in their heads. It's the meeting chamber of the Sartan High Council. I have zero faith in these people. But her life may depend on them. This is a terrible, terrible situation. Seats are in the speaking area where you stand.
What do we have here? A dog? I haven't seen a dog
Studies you
for
carefully.
ages. But then again, I've been asleep for that long. Hello, boy. I'm
Sama.
How'd you get in here? Did you come with the Sartan forces from the other realms?
Well then, Sama, was he the actual head devil himself? Let's see, notes. The Devil of Soul, the diplomat. Okay. I think he's the one who talked them all into this. He crouches down, gives your head a pat, and then looks deeply into your eyes. Suddenly his face goes stone sober and his eyes grow hard. He retracts his hand as if fearful of your biting it off.
This dog is no dog. It is a vessel for another's soul. The soul of a patron.
I actually recognize this. Addressing the councilman, now fully assembled, the councilman gasps and yell, but Sama waves his hands, and the room quiets.
We found no other Sartan, no rescue forces. All we discovered were the charred remains of one man, and these items.
I'll just dump the item on the floor. Well, that's neat. Two men walk in the room bearing your possessions, and okay, yeah, they approach Sama and report.
Friends, we have a very unusual situation. Our ward has fallen. This roused us from our slumber as predicted. But instead of greeting the Sartan rescue forces as we expected, all we find is a dog carrying a patron's soul. We need answers, and the only source is this patron. While he exists inside of the dog, he cannot communicate. I suggest that we restore the patron to his original form so that we can question him.
That seems great if you're gonna create us a new body. I'm just gonna kind of laugh at the fact that you also, like all the other Sartan, decided that you were going to bunker down in your like little city or stasis pods and whatnot and wait for the other Sartan to rescue you. Cool, that worked well. Regarded the pile of objects and then looked at us. He says to the assembled council.
Bring a patron here? To our very heart? Have you forgotten that the patrons are our mortal enemies? I say leave him in the dog's body. Soon he'll forget he ever was a patron, and he'll be no threat to us.
Oof. The room erupts in chaos. One council member cries.
Do you know what is happening out there?
He smiles.
Where are our fellows? Why is this patron here? How long have we slept? It is very possible that the patrons have been rehabilitated as intended. Perhaps this is our rescuer. Is this how you would treat such a guest? No. We shall restore him, and we shall have our questions answered then. It is the only way.
Sartan moment again is yes, indeed. Well, in this case, it turns for our advantage. You don't know, going to sleep for like 1,000 years, waiting for things to get better sounds pretty good. Aw, hugs, Egrets. I feel like if there's nobody working on the problem, things are not gonna get better though.
Whatever you might think of me, Councilman, I am no fool.
I would beg to disagree.
Nullification element. We will administer it to the patron after he is restored.
The councilman folds his arms and stares sternly at Sama, unwilling to cross him, but willing to risk displaying his feelings, and Sama continues as such. The councilman grunts in approval, then fetches a bottle filled with water. He traces a quick spell in the air, which flows into the liquid. Can we see it? After a moment of light, the bottle looks absolutely normal. You notice that while you were watching the lone Sartan and his bottle, the entire council is gathered around you. Together they weave an incredibly complex spell that appears to require them all. Like a blanket, the spell falls over you and sinks into your flesh. This dog's body reacts violently to Sartan's magic. Limbs stretch, tendons pop. Your bones start to expand and twist. You let loose yowls of pain one after another, but notice that each one sounds a little more like a human scream than the last. Okay, but what are you doing to the dog? Finally, you lay on the ground, panting and hurting, but in what seems to be your old, comfortable body. Feel hands draw you up and clothe you in garments that remain from the dragon's attack. Then someone pours cool, clear water down your throat. You accept it eagerly. Okay, but is the dog's soul just gonna be hanging out with us forever now? So you kind of just turned the dog's body into a human. I have concern for the dog. Sorry, but like, yeah, you need to consider these things. The dog is now our Blorbo. Oh, well, welcome to plurality, I guess. He just realized that this is wizards have no moral compass and understanding right and wrong in the game. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? There's some pretty cool lessons here. And like just exploring that concept. No, egrets! No, why would you say that? Tragic, the dog turned into human, forced to have thoughts and file taxes. No, taxes! What have you done, Sartan? This just follows on your line of bad decisions. You made a dog think about taxes.
What have you done to me, Sartan? You've taken my magic away!
You drink all of the water offered and soon notice tingling sensation. Somehow the water has removed your ability to cast spells. We should have used our own bottle of water. Okay, water off magic removal. Maybe we learned how to cast that spell, I don't know.
Calm, my friend. What we have done is temporary, and for your protection as much as ours.
Nullification.
You have imbibed some nullified water. This eliminates all of your magical possibilities. While you cannot bring any possibilities into this reality, neither can any be placed upon you.
Ooh.
This means that although you cannot cast any spells, you are invulnerable to others' magic as well. You have been nullified. It will continue for only as long as we need to question you.
You know what? That could be really handy under other circumstances.
Now let us begin. Who are you? Why are you here? How did you get into the city?
I'm the block-picking patron? What do you expect me to say? Do you know how long you've been sleeping? Seriously, you should have set an alarm clock.
Do you know how long you've been sleeping?
Not really. I'm starting to think that it may have been much longer than I
You've been asleep for over 2,000 years, you fool!
You've been asleep for over 2,000 years.
2,000 years? How is that possible? You must tell me what has happened. This just keeps getting more confusing.
Well, you couldn't see this happening, right? Why should I trust you? I don't know if there's any benefit to asking this, but let's see what happens.
Why should I trust you?
I'm not sure why you shouldn't. I don't even know if we should be enemies. I'm relying on you to tell me this. I'll make you this promise. If you are honest and forthright with me, I will respond to you in kind. I'll answer any questions you have. Now, please, tell me what you know.
You fucked up! Aren't you the same Sama who originally sundered the world, who banished my people into the labyrinth?
Aren't you the same Sama who originally sundered the world, who banished my people into the labyrinth?
Yes, I am that. I know that you can't understand this, but it was all necessary.
It was for your own good.
Plan. I'll explain everything after you tell me what you know.
I've seen your plan in action. You couldn't have done more damage to more lives if you tried. Oh my god, Haplo, yes! Yes, Haplo, yes!
I've seen your plan in action. You couldn't have done more damage to more lives if you tried.
I'm starting to get that impression, although I am loath to believe it. If you would tell me your story,
oh, this makes me feel good.
Much better.
Very, very accurate Binary News. Oh, from all we've seen so far, that really encapsulates it. All right, Sartan, you want the truth? I will give it to you.
All right, Sartan, you want the truth? I'll give it to you.
Launch into a tirade, personally blaming Sama for leaving the labyrinth masterless, turning into a slaughterhouse that thirsted for your people's death. You recount the thousands of years of struggle and bloodshed, which even now plagues your race. You describe your lord's unprecedented escape and tell how he selflessly and safely led others, including yourself, out of the labyrinth. You state that his thirst for revenge against the Sartan is unequaled.
If you kill me, others will follow. Even now, our army outnumbers that of the surviving Sartan. I've seen your forces. I know where they are, and I know that my lord will destroy them effortlessly. You can't win.
You continue by recounting your experience and describing the state of the Sartan on each of the worlds. Absolute mess. Sama cries openly at the description of the dead Sartan in the crystal resting places on Arianus. He seems genuinely confused by the antics of Sifnap on Pryan. He recoils on learning of the practice of necromancy on Abarak, which they banned themselves. At least they had the sense to ban necromancy. That's something. And he listens closely to the accounts of your battle with Sangdrax and of your escape. I wouldn't really count as a battle. Maybe we outwitted him a little bit, but not so much a battle.
I have much to say about what you have told me. Your people, you have been wronged.
Thank you!
I wish I could change what has happened, but I cannot. It seems that we took on far too much.
Yes!
We thought we were gods, that we were infallible.
Ego broken!
And both of our races have paid the price.
Will they actually learn from this? Am I hoping for too much?
However insane you think it might have been, there was a purpose to the plan. We tried to create worlds in which the Mensch would thrive once they were united and the realms were interconnected. What your lord seeks to do is collect all of the seal pieces to reform the original world. He doesn't understand what this means. His efforts will result in the death of many of the Mensch left alive in the new realms.
Will it, though? Or do you just not want us to, like, put things back together? Alright, well, reunifying might kill people. Probably less than the Sartan did. Question mark.
Perhaps he does understand. By decimating the opposing force even before the war is joined, he ensures his success. I'm not sure the Mensch left alive will enjoy the slavery he undoubtedly plans for them.
You're the one who's
what he
big on slavery.
Is that this will affect his own race as well. Many of his people will die in the Reformation. Do you think he would risk that?
Okay, hey, you might want to check your own backyard before you talk about slavery. Okay, Also, by the way, decimating means, like, removing 1/10. Just noting that. Right, you consider, you know your lord's ambition. From his research, he probably already knows how the Reformation will affect the Mensch, and you suspect that he may be willing to sacrifice his own people to further the cause of conquest. You understand that he views you individually as expendable, but just how far does his view of expendability extend? He has claimed in the past that there were always casualties in a war. Or there are always casualties in a war. Okay, this is the only option we have, so I hope Haplo is saying something smart. You may be right, Sama, I'm not sure about your plan. Okay, his plan was terrible, but okay. But perhaps the Reformation isn't the correct path. I'll return to my lord and discuss it. For now, I'll leave your seal piece here.
You may be right, Sama. I'm not sure about your plan, but perhaps the Reformation isn't the correct path. I'll return to my lord and discuss it. For now, I'll leave your seal piece here.
I'm very glad that you see things this way. I hope that we can begin a new era of peace together. Go back to your lord. Tell him that I will gladly speak with him. But I have one important question before you go. What exactly happened to Sandrax after you escaped from him?
I think he went off to party. Alright, peace. If we can actually put some, like, you know, people together who would make slightly better plans than before, maybe we could make something of that. Maybe we could fix things for everybody. And, you know, like, stop putting everybody else down as lesser somehow, because they're not. As you consider the question, one of the men who brought your possessions in the room begins to writhe. He tears off his robe and metamorphizes into the gigantic shape of Sandrax. Hey, cool, he's got transformation spells. Sartan tied for safety behind the benches. Only Sama and yourself remain standing in the open. Sandrax ignores the assembly, glides over to the seal piece upon the wall and grabs it between two talons.
Thank you, Patryn, for painting such a vivid picture of all of the worlds, including your own. That lovely place called the Labyrinth. Definitely a realm after my own heart. You see, I feed on fear and chaos.
Oh.
And I can't see a better way to produce such things than by allowing your lord to proceed with his plan. However, since you appear to have lost your nerve, I'll have to take your place.
Okay. We're gonna have a duplicate. Dragon's eyes focus on you, but for some reason you don't experience the wave of fear that accompanied his presence at your last meeting. I feel like the magic, it's gotta be magical fear. Alongside of you, Sama is shivering. He looks terrified. Because he's not nullified.
Your lord trusts you, does he not? Especially when you are doing what he wants. I shall take your ship, go to the Nexus, and deliver the seal piece to him. I'm guessing that it will complete his collection. Then I shall lead him to the Vortex where he can perform the rite of reformation. I'm so sorry you decided to turn against your lord. I'm sure that he doesn't view traitors.
We haven't exactly done that. Oh, he shifts his form. You swear you were looking into a mirror. That's some pretty good transformation you're doing there, Sandrax.
I do hope you won't die in the ensuing chaos. All of you. I'd love to meet you again. We have much to discuss, and an eternity of pain during which we can discuss it.
I feel like this dragon has some kinks. He needs, like, some idea of, like, consent, though. Strolls out of the building before you can say a word. Only after the dragon has left to do... wait. Only after the dragon has left to do... only after the dragon has left, comma, do the councilmen emerge. Sama unclenches his jaw and forces himself to stop shaking. Can't you stop, Sangdrax?
Can't you stop, Sangdrax?
No, I'm afraid not. His magic is too powerful for us to oppose. When we first arrived here, we built this city and placed the Mensch inside the other sea moons. Stone enclosed islands much like this one. Shortly thereafter, Sangdrax appeared. We don't know where he came from. Unprovoked, he launched an attack against us. He never destroyed us all, just killed a few people. But it was enough to keep us scared and confused.
And feeding him? Yeah, this dragon is pretty big into pain. Seems a little bit on the, on that side of things.
We never had a chance to defeat him. He commands some form of magic that is foreign to us, more powerful than the rune-based magic that we use.
Okay. So the dragon magic
around the city as a last-ditch effort against him. Evidently, it worked. The ward was designed to keep out all foreign magic, since he consisted almost entirely of pure magic.
Okay. So his magic is of a more powerful kind than all the rune magic that we can command. Interesting. Sangdrax feeds on chaos and fear. Skull feeds on pizza and hugs. Aww. I feel like that's a much better thing to feed on.
We decided to enter our sleep capsules. We expected that when the others had learned that we were in danger, they would gather here to help us defeat Sangdrax. We keyed our awakening to occur when the ward had fallen, assuming that it would happen only when the other Sartan had arrived.
There's that word again. There's the word. Yes. Quite.
We never dreamed that thousands of years would pass before the ward fell. Now that it has, Sangdrax is loose. Not only is he a threat to us, but with your ship, he has access to all of the worlds. And if he succeeds in causing the Reformation, we'll all probably die in the process anyway.
None of the Sartan thought of each other. And this is how we ended up in this situation as well. Oh boy. You know, Sivnab gave me a stone to use against some ultimate evil. Do you think this might prove effective against Sangdrax? Well, I was kind of reacting to him for sure. Now it's in the pile of stones that was there, like the smoking gun.
You know, Zifnab gave me a stone to use against some ultimate evil. Do you think this might prove effective against Sangdrax?
I don't know. Tell me about it.
Describe the stone and the way it reacted.
Other kind of magic. Perhaps made from the same source that created Sangdrax himself. It may be that Sangdrax is vulnerable to it. Where is it? I didn't see it along with your possessions.
It's in a pile of stones. All alike. I hid it for safekeeping. I hid. Oh, jeez. Oh, great, Glove. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Hearts, hearts, hearts. How are you doing? How have you been? Sandra's got a hold of the stone and tossed it into a pile of rocks which look exactly alike. I don't have any clue which one it is. I must have dropped it somewhere. I'll get it. But okay, this is so funny that I'm gonna have to go with this one.
Oh, well, I hid it for safekeeping. Never can be too careful, you know.
I hope you didn't hide it on your ship. Now that Sandrax has taken it, I'd get it back as soon
very
as
well
possible.
hidden.
By the way he reacted to it, it sounds like that stone is our only hope to defeat Sandrax.
Yeah, about that. Why wasn't I affected by the dragon aura of fear?
Why wasn't I affected by the dragon's aura of fear? It sure had me in its grasp last time I encountered it.
That's because you had been nullified. Remember, nullifying water eliminates your vulnerability to magic, as well as your ability to cast spells. Sandrax's aura of fear didn't affect you because no magic could affect you.
Yep, that's what I thought. If that's so, why didn't you all tank up with the water and go after him? with what? With your fists? With your bare hands?
If that's so, why didn't you all tank up with the water and go after him? His magic wouldn't do a thing against you.
This is true. Although we would be helpless as well as invulnerable. While the water was in effect, we would not be able to use our magic against Sandrax. We could only confront him physically. He can choose any form. In a purely physical battle, he would destroy us hands down.
First time you completed Skyrim, you didn't use any weapons? You just use your fists? Why? Just curious. Was there were you making a special challenge for yourself? Making a martial artist? Also, it was a reference to a very old game. Some of you may know it. It was very intentional, what I said.
How did Sandrax take my form?
That's one of his powers. He can assume the form of anyone or anything he desires. The talent renders him insidious as well as invincible.
Cool. I like this power.
Where is Sandrax leading, my lord? The Vortex?
Yes. The Vortex is the one place that the Reformation ritual can be enacted. It is where we originally sundered the world. It's also the only place where the interconnection can begin.
You thought weapons were too boring coming from Fallout to Skyrim? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Funnier to run around almost naked and punch everything. That's certainly a cool thing that if you're gonna do it, if you can just approach a game like that. Is this game available anywhere? On Good Old Games? Let me see. I have a look. Because yeah, this game is definitely worth a look into if you like point-and-click adventure games. I feel like Good Old Games didn't have it. It's like there's CD options, but that's not necessarily optimal. For most people. I don't have a very easily accessible source for you, unfortunately, right now to quote. But I will say that it is definitely a game worth experiencing. Hey, Nene! How are you doing? It is good to see you. It is a little bit of a lost gem to some degree. Well, there are copies that exist. You know, you just need to look for them. All right. Where is the vortex?
Where is the vortex?
The only place from which the vortex can be entered is in the labyrinth. We reasoned that this would be the safest place to hide the portal. It may be that your lord will balk at traveling the length of the labyrinth again the wrong way, but Sangrax can be very persuasive. He will convince you one way or another.
Wait, you hit the vortex in the labyrinth? Oh boy. Like, wait, hold on. How? If you were going to be casting the interconnect spell, how were you going to ever do it? You would have needed to enter the labyrinth where, like, all the Patryn were really pissed off at you. Well, can't really blame the Sartan for, like, planning too far ahead. You woke up again, Nene? Oh, good morning. I hope you got some good rest. Things are going pretty well, smoothly. We just got blasted to death. And only survived through some trickery of transferring our soul to our loyal dog friend here, in fact. And we're back. We have literally fused with a dog. Dog lives within us now, and we live in the dog. Well, dog is okay. It gets complicated. You're gonna have to look at. You're gonna have to watch it back. There's a lot that's happened today.
What exactly is the interconnection?
We designed the realms to work together. Each had specific functions to perform in the overall plan. The interconnection was to tie all of the worlds together. Abarak would produce raw materials. Arianas would take those materials and refine them to produce manufactured goods. Pryan would supply power to the other worlds. Celestra was to provide a place for most of the people to live and purify some of the toxins from the other worlds, notably Abarak.
Yeah, and by themselves they became hellholes.
The realms were never designed to survive on their own for an extended time, and yet that's exactly what they've had to do. It's not too late, though. From what you've told me, Abarak is dying. The interconnection is the only thing that can save it. It's the only alternative to reformation.
How do you start the interconnection?
Much like the reformation, it requires all 5 of the seal pieces. In the center of the vortex is a floating island. It has 4 spires. Each spire represents an element: air, fire, stone, and water. The seal pieces must be placed upon each corresponding spire. Then the spell itself must be ignited. This is done by placing the focus over the correct rune and inserting the Nexus seal piece into it.
Insert the... wait, what? Insert the Nexus seal piece into it. I'm gonna write down these instructions. How to restore the world to functionality in 3 easy steps. The last one is just magic, I guess. I'm gonna add 4th for the magic.
Spires? Focus? What are you talking about?
Well, you did ask.
We did ask.
The island is laid out with many interconnecting runes. Each rune can be used to ignite a distinct spell. Depending on the rune you choose, the function of the spell will be different. The reformation requires that the spell be ignited from one particular rune. The interconnection, another.
Okay, function of each spell different. Interesting.
The focus is a hexagonal frame that floats over the island's floor. You can move it over the rune of your choice. When you place the Nexus seal piece inside of it, the focus automatically ignites the rune under it, which casts the spell.
Okay, this feels like mechanics that we need to really remember and understand. I can see some sort of a pattern forming here. Can we make a choice?
Which is the starting rune for the interconnection spell?
It would be too difficult to describe. Though I
Oh,
will
for
tell
crying
you,
out
we
loud.
left the focus over that rune. We intended to return and ignite the interconnection spell someday.
Okay, thanks for that. Please take us a little bit more seriously. Ah, Sartan. It's the ego coming out again. It's too difficult for you to understand. It's just a rune, dude. We can do rune magic.
Let's back up a step.
Certainly.
Do you have another ship that I can use to pursue
Do you have
him?
another ship that I can use to pursue him?
Yes, certainly. In fact, as we've been speaking, I've had another ship placed in the same port where you landed.
Hey!
You're welcome to it. There is, however, one problem. We seem to be a little short on steering stones. It takes quite a while to magically prepare a stone sphere to accept the naming runes that guide a ship through the Death Gate. The only such stone we have is the ceremonial globe in this very chamber. And
I'll
you
take
can't
it.
use that.
No, we can use it. We can definitely take it. Like, this is an adventure game. This is ours now.
Don't you think saving the worlds is worth sacrificing your precious ceremonial globe?
Not at all. You see, the globe was placed in this room before the building's construction was complete. It's too large to fit through any of the exits. It's also far too heavy to move any distance by hand.
Okay.
We'll
take it.
If you can find a way to transport it. But then, it doesn't have any of the naming runes on it anyway.
That's fine.
I don't think the globe is the solution to this problem.
We can rune transfer.
Could we talk a little about the other worlds?
Very well. What would you like to know?
Do you know who Fizzban is?
Do you know who Zifnab is?
I know of no Zifnab, but I doubt that is his true name.
Mm-hmm.
He sounds like a valuable ally if he knows as much as you say and has access to magic outside of our mastery.
Sounds like poor user interface design? Yes, Nana, indeed. Yeah, I feel like the Sartan didn't think many things through.
Why'd you react so strongly when I told you about necromancy?
Necromancy was banned for many reasons soon after it was discovered. The most important reason being that when someone dead is raised, someone else will die untimely.
Yep.
This maintains the balance. By relying on necromancy, the people of Abarak have doomed our race.
Oh, they killed
The magic
everybody
doesn't
else in the
recognize
different
boundaries
realms.
of the realms. It killed Sartan as far away as Arianas and Pryan. It
That's
wiped out
why.
thousands.
That's why we found all the coffins already filled with dead people. Because one of the realms was killing everybody else. Cool. Oh, Craig, yes. Yeah, I very much recommend this game. It is beautifully written. It is based off a whole book series, in fact, which I also very much recommend, called Death Gate, by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman, who wrote, among other things, the Dragonlance series, or a significant portion of it. And they did a really good job on this game. It is loosely based on the story, so they're both very valuable, like, as an experience unto themselves. Neither really spoils the other.
Why is everyone here alive and well?
It's actually ironic.
The ward.
The ward that we constructed to repel the magic of Sangdrax must have had the effect of repelling the magic of necromancy as well. It kept us alive against 2 dangers. But now, we only have hundreds of people left, where once we had tens of thousands. We shall try to reconstruct our lives, to help our brethren on Abarak, if there is a world left to live on.
I'm starting to feel like that the general population of the world after the Sundering in general was very low. If tens of thousands is the entire population of Sartan that existed at that point. Oh boy. Well, now there's way less.
Let's go back a step.
Certainly.
I don't have time for talk. Now
it's time for action.
Very well. If I can be of any further assistance, do not hesitate to ask.
You notice that sometime during your conversation with someone, the nullification spell wore off. You now have command of your magic again. Hey, hold on. What is this rug here? A carpet takes up most of the speaking area's floor. It depicts a detailed scene. A single tree stands out in a lush field. You don't mind if I grab this rug right out of your hole here? Let's just roll up the carpet and take it from the floor. Oh, I'm just imagining the expressions of all the Sartan as we start rolling up the carpet. That is amazing. That is amazing. It's not nailed down, so it's ours. Yes. Well, we're going off with this now. Bye. It's a rune-covered sphere of stone, precariously balanced on a small stand. Although it's undoubtedly secure, it looks like an errant breath could pull the globe off. Why is every single thing that the Sartan make like this? This in itself is very descriptive of the Sartan's plans. Oi. You can talk to the councilman? Okay, just ignore us, because apparently we're evil and, you know, like, they consider us to be them, basically. We have seats set to both sides of the council chamber. Presumably these seats are where the councilmen rest, while performing their council-like duties. Only the council, they're only council-like though. They're just pretending, to be honest. This must be an unusual situation, because most of the members are on their feet. Okay, let me push the globe a little bit here. Let me just offset the balance a tad. You get behind the globe and push against it with all your might. The stone sphere creaks, then rolls off its stand and bounces down the steps. It's this serious council hall. And ends up on the stone floor. This is just absolutely hilarious. There it slowly strolls to a stop. Impatient, the councilman regards your antics with obvious annoyance. Oh my goodness, I love this game. This is so good. Alright, we have magic that we can cast on the... I don't think motion's gonna work, unfortunately. We have null water now, that's nice. Okay, we're gonna have to think a bit about how we actually move this thing. I assume you can't just push it around. Heave the globe back up on its stairs and onto its stand. Okay, damn, we're pretty strong. Your back aches and your muscles cramp. There's no way you'd be able to get this stone sphere to your ship by rolling it. But you have succeeded in confusing every single council member in this process. I'll call that a huge success. If If your fingers can fit a ladder in your pocket, the carpet is no trouble. That's right. One of the stories you've been reading, there's a big meeting of all the world leaders. They said no racism, and one guy pushed the envelope. The main character just stared at him and killed him with his glare. Wait, what? Okay. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by push the envelope in here, but I feel like no racism is good. That is indeed where we should be headed. Alright, we have confused the console successfully. Perfect. Alright. Yes! Put the rug back. Use magic on the rug. We will cast Reality Pocket on the carpet. Trace a familiar spell into the air. When it takes effect, it's as if the picture in the carpet comes into focus, taking on a new dimension. The scene, a single tree in a lost clearing, is real. And we are taking your globe. Goodbye. It's ours now. Alright, we push it, and let's see. The carpet is now on the portal into the otherwhere. The globe falls into it. You see it continue to roll until it hits the tree in the scene. Perfect. Nice. Alright, well, take the rug, take the stone. Oh, that's a fun puzzle. I like that. I very much like that. You can keep the stand, I guess. It's not particularly special. 3 steins stick up into the air where the stone globe is supposed to be. And goodbye! Just like zip! I really like the puzzles in this game, Craig. A lot of them they're really logical. And aside from one single puzzle here, have been just a joy to figure out. One particular puzzle involves a door with arrows. Okay. Oh wait, right. I think there's an important thing that we need. Yes, we do have a dog in our head now. And I also do have a self-immolation spell. Well, it's my stream, right? We have to have some way to catch fire. It is vital. Oh, the guy was being racist against undead? Okay. Fair enough. Alright, well, I'm glad that got sorted out, I guess. AC requested to save the game, so let's do that. Indeed, a good reminder. Ah, the most suspicious kid. Oh yes, the good times. Just rolling with it. Okay, I was kind of hopeful that we would have the smell option available to us now that we're at dog Haplo. Now that Sangdrax has left, the stone is no longer reacting to his magic by glowing. It looks like every other rock on the pile. Finding it is going to be an impossible chore. Oh dear. Cast magic on Haplo. I think there was some way to... Somewhere with possession, something feels like there was a magic spell to return something into existence the way it used to be. But I'm not entirely sure. Rock pile has our rock. That's our anti-evil rock. That will be a challenge to figure out. Wait, it's not our ship exactly now anymore, is it? It's a whole new ship. Your ship has landed on a beach which rises to a dark cave in the rock wall. A shimmering city lies to the west. The rock reverts back to its normal state. Alright, hold on, what? Let's just go into the ship then. Standing the cramped bridge on Sama's ship. It has the navigational wheel but lacks the necessary steering stone. Alright, so can we just hang the rug on here? Nice. You hang the carpet over the nearest support beam. It makes for quite a nice decoration. Hey, we got something pretty in our ship on out of this. All we need to be done is to get blasted by a dragon. Alright, I believe we create another reality pocket. Trace a familiar spell on into the air, and when it takes effect, it's as if the pictures in the carpet comes into focus, taking on new dimensions. And the picture indeed is now real. Alright, let's see if we can enter in the rug. Step into the carpet hanging from the beam. Immediately you are transported into the scene, a lush clearing with a single sole tree. You inhabit the scene woven into the rug. A lone tree stands in a lush field. In front of it you see the portal. This is really cool. Aside from the one lone tree in the center of the clearing, the other trees act as a circular wall keeping you inside. They are beautiful but a little frustrating. And we have the globe. Globe sits against the lone tree in the center of the clearing. It is not a very aesthetic addition to the scene. Fair, I guess. You have mountains. Mountains, like everything else in this scene, are perfect. You'd never expect to see such majestic climbs in real life. Alright, can we climb? I'm just curious if we can climb the tree. You climb to the nearest tree and look out over an impenetrable forest. It extends as far as you can see. Evidently the artist who created this carpet didn't think much beyond the immediate scene. Alright, fair enough. Alright, let's see if we can push the rock. Again, you gather your strength and heave the boulder-like globe towards the portal. It rolls without much problem. In fact, as soon as the globe is partway through it, gravity on the far side grabs the sphere from your hands. The globe disappears. Nice. Easy way to transport your huge rock. God. Like, transportation companies would kill for this spell. You step through the portal back onto your ship. As soon as you leave, the carpet reverts back to its original state. You stand in the cramped bridge of Sama's ship. It has the navigational wheel and the globe where the steering stone should be. Ninjas can't catch you if your phone fires as egrets. I guess technically it would be a bad idea for them to touch us at that point. Alright, spell on the pendant. Rune transfer, because this has all the runes on it. Or all the realms on it. Transfer it onto the globe. Nice, there we go. We have imprinted our new, what it's called, orb of transportation into interdimensional navigation with all the required runes. We're basically jump-starting a magic ship here. Alright. I believe it is time to put some water in the clear bottle. Already full of water. I'm just gonna save here. And we'll cast magic spell on the bottle of null water. The spell surrounds the bottle of water. After a few seconds, it has done its work. We learned something from the Sartan. Although the water looks the same, you know that it has the magic nullifying effects that you experienced earlier. Right, let's have a sip. You take a swig of the water. Immediately you sense the effects. Your magic power drains away, making you feel as helpless as a newborn. But this also means that foreign magic can't affect you. So let's make sure that we have more water to work with. Oh, this already are full of water. Alright, that's fine. Alright, since this cave is protected by some sort of a magical fear, I believe, we will see if you can now enter it. Yes, perfect. There's no doubt that Sangdrax calls this cave his home. Blood streaks on the walls and the floor is littered with the remains of previous meals. That's really clean much, does it? There's some scales here. Yeah, we have scales. The scales are both sharp and oily. You get the feeling that if you cut yourself on one of them, the wound would also become severely infected. What exactly is on the dragon? Or perhaps prove fatal? You also sense that the scales of the dragon hold the same chaotic magic that Sangdrax commands. That could come in handy. We have stalactites. Do we have stalagmites? Yes, we have stalagmites. Sharp stone spikes jut into the cave from the ceiling and floor. These bones must be the bones of the poor fools who chance upon Sangdrax. The reins are of all races. It appears that the dragon doesn't discriminate. Well, that's actually really nice. That's something good to be said about this dragon. Can you do anything at the bones? I guess probably not. Are we here just for the scales? Maybe we're here just for the scales. Okay, I feel like I don't see anything else in this scene that is actually actable. Alright, we're gonna leave this scene. Wing stretch big, Nene? I will make a wing stretch. I cannot shift to my bird self right now because I'm using my old scenes. If you like, I will return your points to you. I'll actually probably do that either way. But I will also stretch. Oh, you're done with work, Binary News? I am very glad to hear it. You'll catch up with the rest of the stream later. Alright, fair enough. I hope you have a safe trip home. Dragon hasn't showered. Oh. There's a lot of water out here to just, you know, like go for a swim. Your little one points after the Tetris shenanigans. As if. Although I suppose I could believe that. It is kind of what it's for there. Alright, there we go. Let's do that. Yep, that should be good. You only have 250,000 left. Fair enough. Alright, I think we probably have everything we need. From the world of water. And we might be just leaving Chalestra behind, so... Oh, this is not where we wanted to go. Oh, wait, no we don't. We do have the rock pile here. This is a problem. Oh, yes! Yes, the dragon scales. You stare at the dragon scales in your hand. Their magic suddenly becomes active. Fear drives through your brain like hot nails. With the source of the fear magic so close, it's more than your sanity can withstand. You spend the rest of your life gibbering unintelligibly and not playing adventure games. What the hell? No! My adventure games. Fine. Alright, restore. I'm gonna have to add another death for that. Okay, that was a little bit, I'm gonna have to say that was a little bit fuck you right there. There we go. Hey, Cordan, good to see you. You showed up as I died. Want you? We're handling some dragon scales of immense fear. But I think I know what we need to do now. Alright, let's drink some bottled water. Oh. I think we need to do something about the bottled water first. Hold on, spell. How are you doing, Cordan? It's good to see you. Let's make some null water. There we go. Alley-oop. Have a drink. Enter. Take scales. Do not waste time. Go over here. Yes, fine. Use the scales on the rock pile. Alright, I think this might count as the dragon being present effectively, so we can find our rock. You spread the dragon scales over the pile of rocks. As you had hoped, that rock reacts with the magic in the scales by glowing. Now the rock is very visible and easily distinguishable from the other stones in the pile. Perfect. And there it is. We will take it. We have our glowing rock back. Ah, yes, perfect. Alright, we're gonna leave these fear-inducing scales here right outside the citadel then. That's fine, probably. You're doing okay? I am very happy to hear it, Corndan. I'm doing a little bit late in terms of time, but I kind of want to push this right now. I feel like we're getting somewhere. We're really, really moseying along. Alright, right, let's use the globe that we have manufactured ourselves. Take the dragon ship back through the Death Gate and return to the Nexus. Very good. Alright. Let's see what's happening in the Nexus. Your ship is docked, a short walk. The nullifying effects of the water wears off. Can cast spells, but we are all vulnerable to other magic as well. I think this ball still has a bunch of water in it. Alright, cool. Because that might be our only defense in some circumstances. Alright, Xar has left. And I think he has taken the labyrinth stone as well. Can we read this book now? Can we take it? Alright, we finally get the tome. And we have the history book. Ah, a history of the sundering specifically. He did not want us to read this earlier. Or at least he didn't want us to be taking a look at the time. Alright, the Vortex. Eons ago, the Vortex was discovered. It was a place outside reality as we know it. In fact, it appears to be a reality unto itself. It was a place of great power. Researchers theorized that it might be the actual source of magic. It remains a place of mystery. As much as is known about it, much more escapes us. It was the perfect place to actualize the plan in order to defeat the enemy and create the new worlds that Sama visualized. We had to sunder the world into 5 realms: air, fire, stone, water, and the labyrinth. 4 to give to the Mensch, and 1 to imprison the patrons. Again, Mensch just means the races here. Or the people, rather. Not only would we be removed from the Earth while this happened, we would be able to draw upon the perfect magic of the Vortex to make it happen. We needed an instrument to focus magic onto the Vortex, or off the Vortex, so we created an island of stone that floated over its very heart. Upon it we inscribed the rune structure unlike any other. Indeed, this was a spell, but not just a spell. It was many spells intertwined into one structure. Every spell has a starting rune. When a wizard traces a spell, the magic flows from the starting rune onto the other runes. Upon completion, the spell is defined and it is cast. This rune structure is different. It combines many different possible starting runes. When the magic is introduced upon one of these runes, the spell is defined and cast. There is a compelling reason for this. Along with being used to sunder the world, the island was designed to serve additional functions. It's like a code base. Shortly after the sundering, the same rune structure created a conduit between the worlds. It is currently used to transport people and cargo from realm to realm. Using the Death Gate, we were able to populate the realms with the people we had selected. All that was required was a fleet of ships outfitted with steering stones containing the naming rune of the target realms. Deathgate was has a grander purpose though. When the people have settled and we reawaken, the rune structure will be used again to interconnect. I can't take this seriously. Will be used again to interconnect the worlds. Power and materials will freely flow from realm to realm depending on need. After this interconnection, various spells can regulate and modify the system. We have included all of these in the rune structure. We have also included the fail-safe spell. Should something go drastically wrong with the sundering, the spell exists to reform the single world from the 5 realms. You don't anticipate actually using this spell, but it exists just in case. They've got scope creep? Yeah, they kinda do, egrets. Let's just put these functions in here as well. Failsafe from the Sartan? Well, nobody existed to actually make any use of it, and also it apparently includes killing a whole lot of people, so that's their idea of a failsafe. It seems to be about on par with their usual. On the island, the activation of the spell from the island rune structure is relatively simple, but the execution of the spell must be exact. The island has been keyed to work only in the presence of the world seal, or in the current case, all 5 of the seal pieces. The island is home to 4 spires, which encircle the rune structure, 1 to represent each of the elements. To awaken the island's magic, each seal piece must be placed upon its respective column. The procedure has an interesting side effect. Whenever a seal piece is placed upon its counterpart column, it generates an elemental storm. Okay. Everything on the island will be bathed in that element. Tornado force winds, a firestorm, safe usage, an avalanche of rock, or a deluge of water. Seems safe to me. We can comfortably cast our spells while being attacked by the elements, so we placed the rune structure inside of a warded circle. Everything inside of the circle is completely safe. While safely ensconced within the ward, even the storming elements become no more than spectacles to observe. When all 4 of the pieces have been placed, the island is primed. It is ready to cast whatever spell the operator wishes. The choice is made using the focus, which resembles a floating hexagonal frame. Choose with focus hexagonal frame, okay. Must be placed over the desired starting rune. After which the remaining seal piece, that of the Nexus, is set inside of the focus. Okay, set Nexus seal piece in focus. So it's fail dangerous? Yes. Most likely, to be honest. This will ignite and cast the selected spell. Spells. 6 men were dedicated to creating and intermingling the spells carried by the island. Sama, Dimitri, Orsef, Flournoy, Tyler, and Bailiff. Indisputable 6 of the greatest contemporary Sartan magicians. Each was tasked with producing a single spell, and we will discuss these individually. Oh. Sama. Okay. Sama was a diplomat. In the center we have a rune which has interconnects. Is this the interconnect? This is just looks like it connects a bunch of realms together, basically. The rune is just visually it looks that way to me. Naturally, someone directed the something. His starting rune is prominent. Cool. Alright, that book is damaged, unfortunately. Sama. We learned about Sama earlier. I'm very glad that we actually took notes. All of their spells, I think, resemble them in some fashion. Sama was a diplomat, so yeah, that kind of makes interconnect likely. We know that the starting bit is on the interconnect spell, I think. Like the frame is already on the interconnect spell by default. Dimitri? Okay, I think I'm gonna have to reference this book later on, but I'm gonna draw this out anyway. It's a little loop. hold on, is there anything that we're gonna read here? Interest ran quite... Office colleagues. Obvious choice, something. Orsef. Orsef was involved in much of the mechanics of the plan. He's the closest advisor for Sama last few days before the sundering. Responsible for something. Cool. I guess this is why like the necromancer was so upset about like giving his books to somebody else. Balthazar. Oh dear goodness. What's up? J-hook. And then we have Lornoy. Which is different. Oh, where was the J-hook? J-hook was also like to the left. Close. Lornoy has this thing. Another loopy thing. Which is to the top right of the center. Despite obvious tensions between Lornoy and Sama, perhaps due to philosophical differences about the plan, Lornoy, his spell. Well, Tyler. He's got a triangular one. Despite being the youngest of the six, was perhaps the most inventive. Not only was he responsible for the duel in of the spells, but okay, well, this is readability has suffered somewhat. And then we have Waylif. Which is to the right slightly, off the center. Short right. Well, it was the only member of the team who was not something member of the council, despite politics, but was I guess really good at magic knowledge. His spell, something about water, or later. Is that all? Alright, bookending sound. This is the rune bone that kind of looks like one of the starting runes a little bit. Thinking none of the others match. Here we are again, in front of the gates to the labyrinth. The place where we barely escaped from with our lives. In fact, we didn't even make it out quite entirely. It was Xar who rescued us from the from having gotten to the gate. Let's go see what this vortex is all about. I think we're prepared as well as we can be. Ooh. What on earth? Why do we have so many tentacles? Stone spires tower about the field of rising vines. You see a dark, twisted forest across the field. My god, it must feel bad for Haplo to walk through those gates. You recall when you escaped the labyrinth, the choke vines weren't much of a problem then. It was winter and the season drove the vines into a type of hibernation. They couldn't move in the cold. Now that the weather is warmer, they thrive and force you to deal with them in order to cross. Well, weather could be colder. Now we know a few more spells. The cold spell floats over the sea of twisted vines. It expands and drops over the field like a blanket. As it does, you see frost form. The vines begin to move more and more slowly until they are torpid, completely still. Perfect. There's some remains here. Remains of previous explorers of the field of vines are wrapped tightly around the spires. The bodies are both man and animal shaped. There's a lot of them. Alright, one danger of the labyrinth, maybe temporarily neutralized. I think we can pass now. Back over the field of choke vines you've recently crossed, you see the last gate of the labyrinth, once a very welcome sight. I believe that. Is there anything else here? We've got mountains. Alright, we continue northeast. Stumble out of the brush, only to come face to face with three wounded tiger creatures. Unfortunately, what you know of the labyrinth tells you that the only thing more dangerous than a tiger creature is a wounded one. We're face to face with all of the dangers of our earlier life again. They stare at you in surprise and then let out a growl and tends to leap. You don't have time to do much but run. Okay. Oh. They're just furries. Okay, cool. I'm gonna run back to the vines. You hear the tigermen crashing through the underbrush behind you. They're close on your trail. Alright, we're gonna back off. I think, yeah, we go south. Tiger creatures hesitate when they come upon the field, but after observing your safe crossing, they charge in after you. When you pause to look back, they're already about halfway across. Now that they see you, they start sprinting. You don't think that you can run any further without them overtaking you. And here they come. But here comes the sun. Let's make sure some much more livelier choke vines. Frost disappears as heat spell takes hold. At first the plants move sluggishly, but as torpidity subsides, they resume their normal activity. The tiger creatures are caught in the middle of the field when the vines reawaken. The plants wrap around their struggling prey and drag them off to separate spires. With wild eyes, the tiger creatures watch lightning strike a spire only a few hundred yards to the west, then strikes the next closest spire and proceeds to work its way down the line. Soon the lightning blasts two of the closest spires. The stench of cooking tiger meat reaches you even here. Yeah, why are we being chased by furries? The usual reasons, Nene. Alright, we have dispatched of the tiger people. That was kind of a nifty, like, hey, keep in your mind what you just saw and dare to take steps backwards puzzle. Alright, now that they've been safely dispatched, I think we can put the vines to sleep again. Excellent. I should probably save. Have you heard of the babe? So go north, right? Yes. Clearing is a well-used campsite. Dark cave opens into the nearby hillside. They have a fire pit. Looks well used. Tiger creatures have camped here for some time. You wonder how this has affected the nearby village. There's skulls here. I feel like that may give us a hint. Slide one of the skulls off the pole. It's definitely the skull of a tiger, man. Oh. These beasts are frightening enough to confront face to face, but having to stare at one of their skulls is a distinctly unpleasant experience. The skull has sharp fangs with a small brain pad, which isn't all that surprising. Can you take another skull? No. There's a burrow cave. Alright, there's poles, which I don't think we can deal with. Hold on. I think we need it. I think we need the zinger. There's a lot of layers here. Alright, throw the zinger at the choke vines. You hurl the zinger into the mass of twisting vines. They snatch it out of the air and carry it off to their nearest spire. Predictably, lightning strikes the spire, but instead of destroying the Sartan artifact, the energy is totally absorbed by the zinger. It charges itself with the power of the lightning. Nice? Nice. Everything that we've learned before is coming back to this. This is really cool. Alright, one more time. This is very cool, AC. Thank you very much. Alright, one more step. Alright, let's grab the zinger. We should be able to take it. Nice. We've recovered it. And it is now charged. Alright, I'm gonna have to try and keep in my mind everything that we've seen before in this game. I think this is a kind kind of a quiz on all we've learned, and I'm very glad we have made some notes. All the things we understand of this world. Alright, do we enter the burial cave? I feel like we probably try and do that. This is a tiger creature's burial cave. Paintings on the wall that depict their gods and bones are strewn on the floor. This bone looks very conveniently shaped. I'm gonna take it. It is a bowed bone of one of the tiger man's upper legs. Halberd bones stick up from the ground. These are obviously the remains of the tigermen. It appears that they are just sophisticated enough to bury their dead. Must have been a tough decision for them. Respect their fallen comrades or lunchtime. Okay, this game is just trying to teach you what stalagmites and stalactites are. Like, know the difference. Crude cave painting depicts the dark god of the tiger creatures, presumably death, chasing after its tiny feline followers and shooting bolts of lightning. They have a pretty cool god. It is clothed in a black robe which shows only a skull-like head. It's an interesting insight in the Tiger Man religion. It's a tiger god. Clothed in black. Skull for head. Shooting lightning. All right. Welcome back, Pioneer News. Oh, I'm pushing this stream a bit long. What did you miss? When did you leave? I think you may have missed the entire, like, bringing back the Sartan city business. We have learned this. You learned the difference of stalactites and stalagmites from Deltron 3030, Nene. What exactly is Deltron 3030? To make the summary short, basically, a black dragon of pure evil murdered us and took off with the seals to make Xar continue reunifying the world. And now we have returned to the labyrinth in hot pursuit, while the dragon has taken our shape to convince Xar. I will grab the big stone from Saturn Main Hall. Alright. And we just dispatched some tigermen that were intent on murdering us. Alright, I've had to die. I have to try this. I've got to. There's no other option. Hold on. I did save, right? I must just double make sure that I saved here. I need to start using a different save than that one. Alright, anyway, cast magic on the wall. I need to see this. Create reality pocket. This will most likely end up in our death. Cast a spell upon the picture. Immediately, the spectral figure takes on depth. It's much more frightening than the original crude drawing. The ghostly form flies out of the wall, throwing lightning blasts everywhere. Unfortunately, everywhere includes where you are standing. Beautiful. Okay, I think that might be fair enough. That's pretty much what I was expecting to happen. That was quite funny though. I had to try it. Alright, undo. Alright, fair enough. Cool painting. And I think... Let's see, where did we miss anything relevant and important here? I feel like we're missing something. We're definitely missing something. But it's not in here, I don't think. Alright. And I don't think it's in here either. Look at the trees. Twisted trees are growing at odd angles. Branches thrust outward like daggers. There are places in the labyrinth where the trees are sentient and those branches are employed as weapons. You probably should not climb these trees in that case. It is a cool painting, I agree. Could we get a answer to painting? In what kind of a sense? I do like art, and I do like making art. You don't need to summon me from a picture to make me alive, though. You meant that's just a painting that just killed us? Okay. I see, I see, I see. Alright, we will continue delving further into the forest. These trees might kill us straight away. Let's see what happens. You stand on the outskirts of the village, all in the throes of battle. A pack of tigermen encircles a group of patrons huddled under a magical shield. It's our people! They are under attack. Alright, time to wear a robe. Slip the black robe over your body. Although the black is rather torn from the front, you make a rather imposing figure. And... hold on. What? Can I not? The skull on the zinger? Yes, okay, cool. Slip the tiger creature skull over the central prong of the electric zinger. Alright, and I believe we will activate this wonderful device. Pull the switch attached to the electric zinger. The contraption flies out of your hands, twisting and turning in the air. Oh, there's something missing. Okay, I missed a step, or I made a mistake. I was thinking we were going to show off as the god, but this is not fully what we needed. Banging off trees and huts without anything to hold it down, the skull goes flying off and lands on the ground nearby. Combatants take notice of the electricity in the air, but write off the particularly intense but short-lived storm and return immediately to battle. The zinger falls to the side. We were able to collect it in the skull. Alright, it didn't kill us. I'm honestly surprised. Alright, I'm just gonna restore for saving time. Because, yeah, alright. I needed to do one more step that I did not fully understand. Alright, put the skull on the zinger and we put the robe on it as well. There we go. And we have, in fact, made a god. Alright, let's see what kind of an effect it has now. Alright, let's activate this god. Pull the switch attached to the electric zinger. Flies out of her hands. Accompanied by screeching metallic whine flying through the air. The black robe flops back and forth and lightning flies from the eyes of the mounted skull. All of the combatants stare up at the apparition. The tiger creatures point and hiss at the flying sideshow and then scatter in random directions, pure terror in their eyes. When the zinger's power drains, drops out of sight somewhere in the forest. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Can I come up with a better remote right here for the game? Perhaps. The shield around the huddled villagers finally falls. Methodically, they begin to scatter through the village, locating and tending to the wounded. One man, seriously injured, lies in front of you. The headman of the village, who valiantly supported the magic shield for so long, approaches the wounded man and summons a healer. Nervous, young-looking woman rushes over, nearly dropping her package of healing herbs and implements. She surveys the horrible wounds sustained by the fallen patron and gasps. But a stern look from the headman prods her into her routine. She tries to clean and dress the wounds, but they are too severe. Oh, we must save our people. You can tell she is inexperienced and that this case is too much for her. Alright, well, turns out we have been carrying this healing salve all along. So we'll apply this salve to this tracker. I feel like this is a situation where you can actually fail, probably, and end up with a worse outcome. Because of the severity of man's wounds, you end up emptying the crock of healing salve of his chest. You can see the gashes close up in the space of a few heartbeats. The healer gasps, but the headman nods. He looks at you with newfound respect. This is saving them wasn't enough, I guess. The healer is shocked, but she doesn't let this amazing development slow her down. Quickly, she packs away all of her tools and moves on to help the other injured in the village. In her haste, she drops a cord, presumably used to stitch wounds. Ah, excellent. There we go. That's what we needed. The headman stays on to direct the healthy patrons in packing up the village. It appears that he plans to quit this site soon. Yeah, I feel like you should hit the heck out of this labyrinth. Let me just grab this cord here. And I know exactly where it's going. Cord goes on the bone. There we go. You tie the end of the elastic tendon to the arched bone. The result is a serviceable bow, however primitive. Yeah, this is basically a goal at the end of the game. Always your favorite way to end any game? Yes. Yeah. This is putting all of our learning to the test. It's just very cool. Alright, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna keep saving quite a bit here, I think. Bowie. Because we're staying on team right now. Alright, let's talk to the headman.
I never expected you to return. I should kill you for what you've done.
Excuse
me? If you hadn't
me?
driven those tiger creatures off, I would kill you. Why you did that after you led them here in the first place is beyond me. Leave me now. You've done enough damage.
That's because there was somebody who was looking like us. I did it to confuse you. Did it work? We have done a few things to just confuse people recently. What are you talking about? I didn't lead the creatures here.
What are you talking about? I didn't lead the creatures here.
Of course you did. Not more than 2 hours ago, you and Lord Tsar passed through this village. Unwittingly, we helped you. We gave you current directions towards the center because for some reason that's where you wanted to go. You were very pleasant then. You thanked us and went on your way. Shortly thereafter, you returned alone, leading a charge of the tiger creatures. During the battle, you disappeared. I don't know why I don't gut you right now. We lost more men in the skirmish than we have in a month of fighting. Now this encampment is compromised. We'll have to move as soon as we're able. And we have you to thank for it.
Damn, our reputation's been soiled. Ah, here we go. Well, you're welcome. Oh no. You don't happen to know in which direction I disappeared to you. That wasn't me. Lord Scar is accompanied by a shape-shifting dragon. I'm on their tail. I wonder if this is gonna be actually believed by them.
That wasn't me. Lord Tsar is accompanied by a shape-shifting dragon. I'm on their trail.
A shape-shifting dragon? That's a new one. I wouldn't put it past the labyrinth, though. It's getting more and more devious every day. If this dragon accompanies Lord Tsar, then as long as he doesn't realize the true nature of his companion, he is in mortal danger. My resources are meager.
Perfect. We actually convinced them with that. I did not believe that to work. Aw, tell me how the dragon got the tiger creatures to attack.
Tell me how the dragon got the tiger creatures to attack.
It wasn't difficult. Remaining hidden from the dangers of the labyrinth is a daily struggle. The pack of tiger creatures moved into the area not long ago. He paid them a visit, then came straight here. The entire pride followed, snarling for blood. The creatures were delighted to discover the village. They pounced and caught us completely by surprise. Many died in the first few moments. The rest rallied here in the center. We managed to shield ourselves until you arrived. I'm glad you came when you did. I don't know how much longer the magic would have lasted.
Understandable. Just one sec, be right back. There we are. Alright, can you tell me where Lord Tsar and the dragon went when they left here?
Can you tell me where Lord Tsar and the dragon went when they left here?
Certainly. They entered the forest to the north, but that information won't help you much. The labyrinth reinvents itself all the time. Paths that Tsar and the dragon followed could have vanished, could even be pits or swamps. Only a skilled tracker could find them now.
Turns out we just saved one.
Is there such a tracker in the village?
Yes, we do have such a man. In fact, he was the one that you saved. If you asked, I'm sure he would help you find those two.
Perfect.
What dangers can I expect further along in the labyrinth?
I've never traveled backward through the labyrinth. Our goal is to leave here. Even so, though every step toward the final gate presents a challenge, I doubt that the labyrinth would prevent someone from penetrating deeper into it. It's akin to walking toward the center of a spider's web. When you finally arrive, you'll have a devil of a time getting back out. You'd be doing the labyrinth's job for it.
Yep, that's basically what we're walking into.
Any obstacles you encounter are not likely to have been placed there by the labyrinth. More likely, you will find traps set by the dragon. It seems to me that the attack of the tiger creatures was such a trap. Obviously, the dragon didn't care whether we defeated them or not. If we managed to defeat them, we would kill you on sight, releasing them upon us. If we didn't, the whole area would be swarming with them. Either way, it would have been rough going for you.
Clever plan.
Let me think on this. If I come up with anything, I'll ask.
Very well. I must instruct the survivors to begin packing up the village. We can't remain here for long. The scent of so much blood on the wind will draw
that makes a lot of sense.
Parts of the labyrinth. If you think of anything, simply ask.
Look at the shelters. The simple shelters are sewn together hides of various animals. You recognize some, but others come from beasts that the labyrinth must have spawned since you left. The huts are lightweight and portable, matching the nomadic nature of the patrons. Well, gotta get away from the dangers, I guess. Let's enter here. You poke your head into one of the shelters, but find it crowded with wounded, so you quickly depart. Alright, no, we don't wanna really bother them. Alright, let's talk with the tracker in that case.
You healed me, brought me back from the brink of death. I am indebted to you.
He's got some interesting clothing. Where's he actually from? I don't think I'm just gonna say that there's nothing.
I hear you're a...
We actually need some help from him.
I know the labyrinth. I know its signs. I can sense how it changes, sometimes even how it will change. If I find the start of a trail, I will never lose my way.
Very cool.
I guess I could teach your healers a thing or two.
They do what they can. I thought that no one could heal the wounds I had taken. You surprised me.
That's why, because we just found this healing salve lying around in places. So, you know. That's what would teach the other healers. Couldn't too much for a wardrobe though. Wow. Ah, he's fine.
Do you think you could help me?
Of course. I'm in your debt. Tell me what I must do to absolve myself of it.
I'm on the trail of Lord Tsar and his companion, who happens to be a shape-shifting dragon. Do you think you can find them? Can you teach me how to track? Probably not in the allotted time.
I'm on the trail of Lord Tsar and his companion.
Oh, Sal wasn't nailed down? Yes.
Dragon. Do you think you can find them?
That's correct, Nene.
That's what I do. I will accompany you while I track them. When I'm certain that we've found them, my obligation to you is resolved. I must return to my village.
All right. Yeah, you help the rest of the village. That, I think, is well spent time indeed. Alright, deeper we go. Traveling at a pace you have trouble matching and discovering small clues you would never have found. The tracker leads you through dark woods. Eventually you come upon a huge cave. A monster which resembles a huge insect, though much more formidable, stands guard outside. Some sort of insect warning, everybody on the stream, just coming up right now. Alright, clicking through.
The trail leads here into that cave. I've seen this cave before. There's no exit. Your quarry lies inside.
They're just hanging out in a cave? I feel like that's not right.
The creature guarding the entrance is a Cheodin. I've only encountered their like once or twice before, and I can tell you this. If you spill its blood, every drop will grow into a duplicate of the monster.
Oh.
Only by killing it before it bleeds, usually with a precise thrust through its heart, can you keep it from regenerating. A sloppy attack, and you'll have an army of these things to contend with.
Wow, that's a pretty hecking big problem.
Usually the best way to deal with this type of beast is to avoid it. I don't think you've got that luxury, though.
Great.
If you go into that cave, you'll have to go through the Cheodin. My obligation to you is over. I've led you to the end of the trail. The people of my village need my help, so I must return. Good luck.
Well, good luck to you getting back to the village, I guess. The tracker bolts into the wood between one moment and the next. You've lost all trace of him. Apparently he's also untrackable. You are now alone, save for the delightful company of the Tyranid, of course. Oh, it's a Trickren! A mountain rises from the forest. Your cave leads into it. Just outside, a terrifying monster stands guard. Is this what it's for? The arrow, although surely decades old, was as new as the day it was made. It glows with a magic aura. Did we just shoot a magic missile? It seems the safest way to approach this. I don't think we have any, I don't think we have any practical spells here. Mantis, yes. Alright, I think we're gonna have to try and use the bow here. Arrow. On the bow. You slide the arrow along the bow to check for compatibility and find it's just about the right size. The bow is very primitive and you don't think it can provide much accuracy. Oh boy. But at least they can propel the arrow with some force. Satisfied you replace both in your inventory. Alright, well, I guess we try and shoot the arrow at the Cheodin. I hope it's a magic arrow that will find its mark. Otherwise, we are in huge trouble. With amazing accuracy, far more than you would have expected from such a primitive bow, you lose the arrow at the monster. The arrow penetrates straight through its heart, and the beast falls dead before a drop of its blood can fall. Unfortunately, the arrow has buried itself so deeply in the creature it can't be retrieved. I think that self-immolation would help here. Well, it would definitely solve one set of problems, Pioneer News. I don't know if it would really solve the ones we want to solve, though. Alright, we have slain the beast. Jaden looks more disgusting dead than alive. Wow, that's an accomplishment. Even though it's theoretically no longer dangerous to give it wide berth anyway. Alright, well, there's our arrow. Can't take it, unfortunately. Lodged itself too deep in the carcass. Alright, well, fair enough. That does solve the problem with Jaden, though. And we can go deeper into the labyrinth. You walk towards the cave, but a familiar wave of fear washes over you. The leaden weight of terror pulls you to your knees. You can't force yourself to enter the opening. Okay. Time to take a drink. Remember to hydrate. Alright, we are now unable to cast spells, but also immune to the effects of magic. Oh, hello! Stalagmites and stalactites with knife-sharp edges stifle the cave. In the midst of them, Sandrax waits patiently for you. 10 points. In the presence of ultimate evil, crush this stone. That's what we were told. That's what we're gonna do now. And let's just hope that at least some of the Sartan have some idea what they're doing. You press your hand on the stone and it collapses in the palm of your hand like a wad of paper. The green glow explodes around you, blinding you. And when the spinning colors fade, you see that somehow the stone has summoned Sivnab, or Banished maybe, mounted atop his dragon. You're so stunned by the sight that you drop the bottle you carry to the cave floor where it shatters. Well, okay, well that's I guess how we get rid of that object now. Wicked, yes, easy. Still good on the time, because we're gonna keep pushing through, Nene. I feel like this whole game is coming to a climax here. Sandrax hisses with anger and disbelief. His fury takes control, and lightning quick, he lashes out at the pair. He tries to bury his fangs in the neck of the new dragon to inject his deadly venom into its body, but Fizban's dragon is too fast. He rakes a claw across Sandrax's face and forces him back into the cave wall. The impact shakes the cave and sinks Sandrax. The good dragon takes the opportunity to place Fizban out of harm's way. But Sandrax springs up and pounces while the other dragon's back is turned. His black claws grip through the thin membranes covering the good dragon's wings. When the good dragon finally forces Sandrax away, he's left with strips of loose flesh hanging from the bones that once supported his glorious wings. Oh no! Oh dear, that's terrible. He retreats from Sandrax, striking his wings and leaving a trail of blood behind him. Sandrax laughs and positions himself for the death blow. Heck. Sandrax leaps, but Fizban's dragon dives beneath the attack, less wounded than it appeared to be. He sinks his teeth into Sandrax's exposed underbelly and tears a sizable chunk of flesh from his chest. Just pretending, apparently. Sandrax screams and races away from this fight toward the back of the cave. He sinks into the darkness until all you can see are the two red glowing eyes.
You haven't beaten me. When I've led Zar to the vortex, you reform the world and this place will be no more. I don't think you'll survive. But if somehow you do, we'll meet again, and then I'll have my revenge.
The red eyes wink out, and Sandrax is gone. Oh no! Oh my god, I wish we had more healing salve. Our good dragon friend is now hurt. Dragons are tough, I hope he's gonna be okay. Alright, let's check on the dragon because he's the important one here. The dragon's beauty is marked by horrible red wounds along his back. His eyes are half-lidded, not sleeping this time, but in pain. Can we talk to him? The dragon is not very talkative. Alright, we need more healing salve. That's kind of the whole thing. I'm kind of feeling like, well, I guess we saved a life either way, but... Is there anything we can do for you? Not really, I think. Sadly not. Let's talk to Safe Nap and see if we can figure something out.
And I was just getting into the shower. You call it the most inopportune times, Haplo. You've a knack for getting into trouble, my boy, and this is a doozy. My. Face to face with the embodiment of it. You've had a full day. And
yeah.
What happened to my dragon? I'm afraid this is going to have to come out of your security deposit.
Wait, what security deposit? That's all this orc did? Summon you here? Is your dragon alright? This is a correct question to answer.
Is your dragon
or
alright? He
to ask.
doesn't look good. Sangdrax did quite a job on his wings. He got his comeuppance, though. Did you see those wounds on his face and chest? Those will smart for a few hundred years. Mark my words. He won't even be able to change form to heal them.
Ah.
When you get wounds like that, they stay for dinner.
So can't Safe change those wounds away. That may still be something that is relevant later. That's all the rock did? Summon you here?
That's all the rock did? Summon you here?
What did you expect it to do? Wasn't that enough? I think that I did a mite better than you would have in this fight. Well, I did have
Dragon looks at him sideways.
Nonetheless, we saved your bacon, and I think we deserve a little gratitude.
Kind of fair. I could have taken that dragon. Well, I think we can have gratitude where it's appropriate.
My thanks, Zipnab. I appreciate your help.
Of course you do. It's always nice to have the side of good rescue you from certain death. Every time it happens to me, I get goosebumps. There's nothing better, I tell you. Except maybe a really good pastrami sandwich with extra mayo.
Must be some amazing sandwich. Okay, I feel like saying this anyway.
I could have taken that dragon.
Well, you may get your chance. Remember, Sangdrax is still on the loose, and my dragon doesn't look like he'd survive another direct confrontation. It may be up to you after all.
Okay.
You have so much confidence, I'd be willing to take odds if you'd like to wager on your success. I'll give you, well, let's see, 300 to 1. Sound fair?
Plus 300 for us, right? Or you know. Yeah, well, we'll see how this goes. We'll see if we can turn those odds around. I don't think Resurrection would kill the evil dragon. Also, it would have probably had some really weird effects.
Where did the evil dragon go?
He slipped out the portal. You see, thousands of years ago, Sama hid the magic portal to the vortex in the labyrinth, here in this cave to be exact. He figured that it would be the safest place to do so. No one would come back into the labyrinth to find it.
There's only 2 dragons, and we know necromancy and how it works. I mean, I guess if our dragon friend here was dead, but then again, I don't really want to bring him back into the undead. But technically, I suppose that could take care of the evil one.
The portal leads directly to the outskirts of the vortex. We must assume that Sangdrax has already escorted Zar there. In fact, they'll probably go directly to the floating island. Very soon, Zar will begin the Reformation unless we stop him.
Are you actually gonna help?
Why did you let Sangdrax escape?
I didn't see you there slugging it out with Sangdrax. I think my dragon did an admirable job in driving him off. Sangdrax is weak and desperate. He'll be much more likely to make a mistake now.
I don't know why he didn't help out.
What do we do now?
Well, that's simple. We go after him. We have to stop him before he leads Zar to the center of the vortex. They have all of the seal pieces which you were so kind as to supply.
Hey, we've been pretty good at our job.
Stands in the way of the Reformation. Whenever you're ready, I'll take us through the portal to the vortex.
All right, well, time to go.
All right, I'm ready to go. Take us through, Zifnab.
Very well. Climb up on my dragon and I'll take us all through.
Before you get very far, see if that stops you.
Wounded, Mr. Insensitive.
Yes, indeed.
Get rid of some of that heavy junk that you've been putting around. It'll make the trip that much
nice.
easier.
We never remove all the inventory. We get rid of all the junk items that are not usable anymore, I guess. With a shrug, you go through your belongings and toss aside everything that appears useless. After you're done, Sifnap doesn't say anything more about it, so I guess that you've offloaded enough. You and Sifnap mount the wounded dragon. Sifnap traces a complex spell in which grows to a glowing hoop in space, large enough to even accommodate the dragon. Painfully, the dragon steps through, and a thunderclap later, you arrive at the edge of the vortex. I think this dragon's been through enough for today. And we have finally arrived where we started the entire game, watching as the Sartan sundered the world. Sledge looks over the swirling vortex. Somewhere in the mist, an island floats above the center. Oh, I wish you could do more for the dragon. We got rid of a lot of stuff. We still have our bow for some reason. Interesting. This is a transport platform? Oh, a platform shaped like the complete world seal sits on the ledge. Can you put the pendant on the platform? I don't think so. You set the pendant on the platform, but it doesn't help. Only pieces of the world seal will activate the platform, and Tsar has them. Alright, you can wear this pendant. Let's see if it protects us in any way. The Princess Pendant is a miniature replica of the entire world seal. Has the naming rights for all the 4 realms of the Nexus. Alright. We have a meeting with a destiny of one sort or another. How is this pointing in here, is he?
An impressive sight, don't you think? Hasn't changed a whit since the old days. Actually, after the initial shock of being in another reality wears off, it's kind of boring. There's that horizon that goes on forever and the sinkhole.
The sinkhole?
No continents, no convenience stores, nothing.
just one big sinkhole. Save the game? Alright, we will do so shortly.
You were here before? Does that mean you were on the original council?
I never said that. I think Sama sent me a picture postcard.
Postcard?
My esteemed leader went to the vortex and all I got was this lousy postcard. The picture was really nice though. It really did this place justice. It must have had, 256
colors. Amazing. What can they do with technology today?
Where are Zar and Sangdrax?
Isn't it obvious? They're on the island floating over the sinkhole. Even now they are preparing for the Reformation. It shouldn't be long until they start the process.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's follow them.
It's not that simple. They had all of the seal pieces, so they were able to use the magic platform. That's how the council members transported themselves over in the first place. The world seal, or in this case all of the pieces, are set upon the platform. It automatically takes anyone standing there over to the island. Since we don't have the seal pieces, we can't follow them.
Okay. Ah, the dragon can't fly us there because dragon's hurt. Well, let's check this
Why
anyway.
can't your dragon just fly us there?
Look at him! His wings were shredded in the fight with Sangrax. He wouldn't even be able to lift off. No, my dragon isn't.
We gotta find a way to heal this dragon.
What about those stone things that kind of look like paths? They reach almost all the way to the island. Can we follow them?
Very good, Haplo. You're very quick. Those stone things are indeed known as the paths. We Sartan introduced the island to the vortex. When we did so, we flawed the perfect magic that existed here. The reaction rippled through the reality. Other flaws began to appear. They manifested themselves as the paths.
Interesting.
The paths are made of wild magic, chaotic magic. They are unpredictable. They are even dangerous, but they are the only way to the island left to us. You can use them, but you must be aware of a few things.
Okay. What would those be?
You must travel alone.
Oh.
I cannot go with you.
Of course he can't help.
Never has a journey succeeded when there was more than one participant. Second, the wild magic may manifest in other strange ways while you walk the paths. I can't tell you what you might experience. It's different for every traveler. Simply beware and be careful.
What will I do if I get to the island? I don't have a magic stone to defeat Sangrax anymore.
You want me to tell you everything?
Be my hint guide.
Thinking on your feet. Well, my guess is that Sangrax has probably taken your form to lead Tsar through the Reformation. If you catch up with him, you'll have to convince Tsar that you're really you. Then you'll have to convince him not to go through with the Reformation.
All right.
Sangrax, well, he probably won't like you interfering, so he
I
might
feel
try
like
to kill
probably
you.
not.
Don't let that stop you, though. Get in there, Slugger. The whole team's behind you. Way
Okay.
behind you.
Way behind us, looking at himself and his ragged dragon. Cool. Alright, well, just won't let this dragon wanting to kill us.
I better get to work.
Pop us, I
Time's
guess.
running out.
That's
Sure.
true. You'd better get going. I wish I had some popcorn. This is gonna be some show.
You could actually help. You know that? Ah, hecking Zivnab. Ah, down the path we go, I guess. Oh, you are on one of the magic paths. A stone arc looms ahead. Beyond it stands someone who looks exactly like you. A double. It's amazing. This man looks exactly like you. We've had one of those around early before. He wears the same clothes, carries the same possessions. He mirrors you in every action. Everything you do, he does. But as if done by mirror image. When you move your right hand, he moves his left. Your double stares closely at you. Okay. Your mirror image, eh? Alright, let's study a spell. Drawing out self-immolation. This spell has a very specific shape. Alright, reset. Alright, in what order do we cast spells? Let's see, let's have a look, a second look at it. Nobody will need any more than 356 colors. Hey, you can get a whole lot done in 256 colors, right, AZ? Okay, no, wait. Alright, I need to actually pay attention here. Reset. Alright, right, it's, that's also that is also a rune right here, down here. Alright, break it down. So it starts off with the down arrow and then it kind of goes like anti-clockwise. Okay, let's see if we can execute this. Ah. Excellent. We need... Oh my god, recognizing the... correct rune. Where did it come from? I guess I could just rewind and see where it comes from. It's... Is it this one? No, I think this is incorrect. Oh, for crying out loud. Alright, so it is this one. And then there's the, like, the duck. Where did that come from? Alright, that's the duck. Alright. And, oh, heck. It's this one, right? Identify. Unknown spell. Cast. You cast a nonsense spell into the air. Of course, the spell does nothing. But your double cast the spell's mirror image. This does happen to be a real spell. In fact, a spell that he casts is self-immolation. It dives into his body and burns into the ashes. His clothes and possessions fall to the ground. Excellent. Finally a magic spell puzzle that we could solve. I love it. Excellent. That's real clever. All the burning birds, I love it. Nice, thank you everybody. Alright, we have some ashy remains. Sitting inside the pile of clothes and possessions. Talk to the ashy remains? Sure, why not? You talk to yourself literally since the other you isn't talking back. Okay, well he's kind of a little bit dead. Search the body. Search your double's remains and discover the duplicates of everything you carry. Huh. Is this good? Okay, things got really weird. I'm very curious if this book is reversed. No. Okay, which one is the... Which one is the copy? I guess they probably didn't just reverse them. Because that would have been very funny. Okay, there are actual, like, exact duplicates. I was expecting the text to be also reversed. I think it is time for us to continue. I don't know how this is gonna help us. We have duplicated our inventory. Gray screen slime tentacles snake out from somewhere below the path. They twitch and reach out for you. Okay, we've got some more tentacle friends. Can we just freeze these as well? Spell off cold. Sorry, that works. It works on one kind of writing tentacle. Boy, there sure seems to be a lot of them around here. Exactly. Okay, well that's a lesson that we can reuse here. Do we have something else? Unravel illusion? Are you in fact an illusion? Cast a spell on the tentacle, but evidently there was no illusion there. Alright. Are you a magic tentacle? Tentacles belongs to a creature spawned by the flawed magic of the vortex. The whole monster just lives beneath the path. They are definitely non-consentacles. None of the items seem very useful. We got the shear. I think we're going to die if we try and do this. So I'm gonna do this after we save. Although we can still undo, so I guess it's not entirely necessary, but still. Wrong keyboard. Let's see. Okay, what do we do about you, friends? Cut. Take a swipe at one of the swaying tentacles, but inflict no noticeable damage. Alright, well that doesn't work. Oh, no, not on Haplo. Cancel? Or can we do something really stupid here? Use magic on tentacle. Spell. Swap. Although we want to stay on top of the path, I think, but whatever. Tentacle is in the higher life form, Margaret. It doesn't take effect. Alright, fair enough. What do we do about these tentacles? I feel like magic is probably the solution in some way. Hunger? This seems dangerous. The tentacle doesn't have the ability to feel hungry. Alright. What's it up to then? Why is it hanging around? What does it want? Put yourself in the mind of the tentacle? What do you want as a tentacle? Let's not go there, Nene. Opposable thumbs? Possibly. It's a mirror image, isn't it? Oh my god, that is so clever! Oh, I love what they did with the puzzles in this game. You knock out the connecting bolts from one of the blades and slap them together. The result is a complete set of garden shears. We fixed our shears finally after all this time. That's amazing. That is a very cool puzzle. Alright, let's go cut up some tentacles now. Oh. It misses completely. Maybe we can't do that. When I read out Binary's comment about opposable thumbs, your cat looked at you really accusingly. Simi has some opinions, I guess. Okay, well, put the bow on the bow. Oh. Well, we have shears. We solved one part of the puzzle. But it doesn't actually get us through. Am I expected to just walk into the tentacles and then use the shears? This is extremely risky. I'm gonna try it. A tentacle whips out from underneath the path and wraps around your leg and tugs at it. You feel you might be able to pull away, but if you move forward, you'll enter a whole nest of them. Alright, well, out come the shears. Cut the tentacle with the shears. Yes. With a quick snip, you cut the tentacle away, but another whips out to wrap around you. And cut again. Nice. Snippy, snippy. More tentacles. Snip, snip, snip. With a quick snip, you cut the tentacles away. The ichor-covered stump draws back under the path along with the remainder of the tentacles. The creature has evidently had enough. Nice. Alright, so that was the correct solution with the shears. We just needed to make them actually come to us. Simi has some thoughts about food coming in pouches and being stored in containers you can't open. Ah, about opposable thumbs. Okay, fair enough. Alright, we get to continue. Oh, we got all the way here. That was the last challenge on the path. The floating island is suspended over the center of the vortex. A circular platform is in the center and has 4 spires along its perimeter. You come upon Lord Tsar standing in the center of the island. He holds all of the seal pieces in his hands and is closely examining the focus. Off to one side, you see Sang Drax in your form, watching patiently on your arrival. Tsar's head snaps up and he regards you with shock and surprise.
What are you? Some kind of phantasm born of the vortex? I can feel the wild magic around us. Are you part of that?
Most certainly not. We are the real McCoy.
I am no phantasm. I am the true Haplo. Your companion is a dragon who has taken my form to trick you into destroying the world. He has tried his best to keep me from following you here, but here I am. You must stop what you are doing, my lord. The Reformation will not be what you expect. Many will die, including our own race.
That would backfire pretty badly.
My lord, it's obvious that this is some trick, some manifestation of the Vortex's wild magic. Why it spouts lies to stop you from claiming your rightful heritage, I don't know. But don't spare it a thought. Continue with the ritual, and I will deal with my double.
Okay, just listen to the reverb. Then you can know the right one, Xar. Sandrax's eyes flash red as he turns to you with a grin that shows razor-sharp teeth. The scar left by Sivnab's dragon on his face only makes him more menacing.
What you say makes sense, my son, but something about this doesn't ring true. Can you prove your words? Are you the real Haplo? Or is this, as my companion claims, just a hollow trick?
Star looks at Sandrax and then over to us. Take off your shirt!
It's no trick. I can prove I'm Haplo. Remember our conversation about heart wounds? They name us. They give us our magic. They are the center of our beings. If they are torn or broken, we fall ill. We cannot function. I show you mine, unbroken.
There we go.
I challenge my double to do the same.
Hell yeah. This is I'm like ticking off, what's it called? It's like competitive shirtlessness. Yeah, that's the one kung fu trope. We're doing that thing right now.
Of course I can show you my heart room, and why not? After I've done so, I'll eliminate this annoyance so that you can complete the Reformation undisturbed, Lord Tsar. I live only to serve you.
Wow. Penguins deserted your pink sundered? They sure did, pioneers. With the promise of death in his eyes, he opens his shirt. Only when he has done so does he realize his mistake. The wound taken from Zipnap's dragon slashes across his chest, straight through his heart rune. Not only is the rune broken, but much of it is missing. Hey.
So much for subterfuge. I prefer to be direct anyway. My lord, you will complete the reformation. If you do not, I will kill you. It's your choice.
So he screams in fury, and Tsar motions for you to join him inside the circle. No sooner have you positioned yourself alongside your lord than your Sundrax hits at both of you, and his eyes glowing blood red. All right, I should remember some things about the center of the. Center of the circle.
Very well, Dragon. I will continue the Reformation, but only because it suits my purposes as well.
Tsar stares at Sandrax as if seeing him for the first time. He stands for a long moment and considers, then finally speaks.
Excellent. Get on with it then.
Tsar takes a moment to ponder his options, then carries the fire seal to its fire counterpart. Quickly he slides the piece onto the monolith's face. That very second, the entire island outside of the protective circle where you stand erupts in flame. A storm of fire swirls and batters the ground. Sandrax, caught in the sudden maelstrom, screams in agony. You quickly lose sight of him behind the curtain of flame. Indeed.
That should take care of our friend, eh?
Burning birds?
What's happening here, Haplo? Quickly, if you don't mind.
Tsar looks at you with a twinkle in his eyes. Alright, time for a really instant recap.
Seems that I have been misinformed. The Reformation is not what I wished it to be. I must change my plans.
He is one of the good guys! Yes! Tsar, you came through, thank God. Alright, we have really, really quickly explained everything to him, skipping nothing but telling our story as swiftly as possible. Yes, Binder News, heck yes. Alright, he's with us. I need a drink.
We will bring about the interconnection. The worlds cannot survive without it. But the Sartan's strength is severely depleted. It is as nothing compared to ours. After we have connected the realms, we shall invade them, wipe them clean of the Sartan influence, and take our rightful place as rulers.
Less damage to the other people, I guess, but I still don't know if this is really the right path.
Attend me, my son. I've placed the focus over the starting rune of the Reformation. While you gather the remaining seeds...
Oh, you screwed up.
I have to move it back to the interconnection starting.
Okay. I'm glad you made notes of that.
My research indicated which rune this was. Otherwise, I might not know how to bring it about.
Tsar squats over the focus, scans the surface of the floor, prepares to move the floating frame to another rune. Well, he's still very pissed off at the Sartan, which I can understand. I wish we can find some sort of a bit more peaceful solution to things, but like all things considered, if you're not like just destroying everybody, that's already a better starting point. I remember getting very good at selling groceries like second or third time we do it. Yeah, Haplo's fast talking. Oh, there's the dragon. Suddenly, Sandrax's head bursts from the curtain of flame. He has reverted to his original form, that of a fire-breathing dragon. A form completely impervious to the effects of the storm swirling around him. He loses a tongue of fire at Tsar's chest. The blast leaves nothing but a blackened hole, and Tsar slumps to the ground, dead. Oh man, we just lost Xar? Well, at least he turned good before he died.
Now it's your turn, Patryn. Unless you decide to be more cooperative than your master.
Well, let me think about that. Just give me a little bit to, tiny little bit of planning here. I'm just going to make a quick little save spell. We have air seal piece, nexus seal piece, water seal piece, and stone seal piece. So what's inside the focus? Look at it.
Now, Patryn, put the Nexus seal piece in the focus and have done with it. If you feel any reluctance, look at your lord. He was more powerful, more intelligent, more cunning than you will ever.
That's pretty rude.
He is dead. You cannot do better than he. You cannot defend against me.
But you gotta challenge us like that.
I command a magic you cannot comprehend. If you attack me, I will change to a form that is impervious to it. Resign yourself, Patryn. Do as I ask or die.
Pretty cool transformation. Alright, well, how do you like a change to water?
I've lost patience with you, Patryn. I might have spared your petty little life had you done as I asked. But it's too late. You've sealed your doom. Goodbye.
Dragon draws the deep breath to fuel his fire attack. You set the water seal piece inside of the focus, but nothing happens? Oh, shoot. I feel like we need to move the focus. Crud. Did all of the people have elements? I think this is probably not what we want right now, is it? Alright, well, I think we're dead. Alright, we got toast. Alright, sort of fair enough for the moment. We did get some time to do things. I think I just did the wrong thing. Alright, the restore. Since we did our save spell, it gives more time. Let's see. Yeah, we think we just need to place the water piece in the water spire. I think I recall a little slightly incorrectly how to initiate the spell. Sandrex watches you approach the spire. Familiar now with the end result, he decides to stop you. The dragon rears back and prepares to blast you with a torrent of fire. You leap forward and press the seal piece into the indentation. It crackles and affixes itself to the spire. The firestorm surrounding the protective circle is replaced by a deluge of water. The dragon chokes back his attack with a comic gurgle and disappears behind sheets of rain. Alright, we have bought a moment of time. Alright, okay, well, talking to Xar is, I feel, probably not going to be very useful at this point. Can't really search his body. Alright, we don't know where it was. Oh, this is a stupid idea. And I really shouldn't be doing this. He's the only one who has seen where the focus was originally. Okay, I'm gonna have to test this out just to eliminate this as a possibility. I don't think this is gonna be the right selection. But we're gonna cast Resurrection on Xar. Unfortunately, this is basically also murdering some random patron in the same. Probably us. You cast the integrate spell of the still warm corpse of your lord. You sense a rushing of air, and suddenly you see Car's spirit pulled into his body like water down the drain. His eyelids flutter open and he stares directly at you. Although he appears to be aware, there is no life in his eyes and his face is without expression. I don't feel okay with what we've done here right now. Somewhere in the driving rain, you can hear the pop and sizzle of Suntrax's fire being doused. We did get 25 points out of it, so that might have been the correct choice. But you also hear the squishing, sloshing sound that usually accompanies one of his shape changes. We kind of washed away the dragon momentarily. Xar is quite holy, that's true. Alright, talk to Xar.
The heart, the heart, the heart.
The heart? You see Sandrax now deep in the rain. He has discarded the fire-breathing dragon form for something that looks like a sea slug, an invertebrate, gelatinous worm shape. He starts to slide toward the protective circle and you. Alright, Xar's talking about the heart. Slack friend. Okay, the slug is swimming. Alright, I think it's probably gonna be the air seal piece here. Because that's gonna make the water evaporate and he might fall. Press the seal piece in the spire's indentation, the sheets of water trickle away, only to be replaced by gale winds. Does not affect the worm form. Oh boy. Alright, he crawls onto the platform, barrels over you and covers you with an acidic slime. Burns through your skin, but before killing, the slug absorbs you into its body, through its outer membrane and into its stomach. Keeps you alive for a good long time while digesting you. Okay, we're definitely noting the fact that this dragon is very kinky at this point. You know what? Just because of that. I feel this counts as a fuck you, Dev. That's a little bit overdone. Let's see. Restore. This dragon's a lot. Alright, water seal piece. This one is straight, like, forward.
The heart, the heart, the heart.
Alright, I think we need the rocks instead. Alright, Earth Spire time. The dragon has imagination? Yep, they sure do. Sangrax in the form of a giant gelatinous worm course effortlessly through the seas of water. Despite its slow speed, it will be on you in moments. You press the seal piece into the Earth Spire, it crackles and affixes itself inside the indentation. Water stops falling, changes into rocks and boulders. They smash into the worm and stop it in its tracks. Soon you lose it in sight of it behind the curtain of falling earth and rocks. Alright, a whirlwind of rocks. Okay. The heart. Does that just mean the center? Sama's thing in the center looks like an interconnect. All right, let's move the focus. Is this the right one? This is Sama's spell, I think. Yes, it is in the center. It is also in the center, connecting everything together, maybe. There's 6 different spells we could cast here. He was a diplomat bringing everybody together. We didn't really get to know a lot about the spells from the book. Yep, all of them had spells associated with them, but which one is what? Devil of the Soul, Diplomat is Saman. Dimitri is the Devil of the Hand, Arts and Music. Orsef, the Heart. Closest to I'm not entirely sure who. Transport. So Orsef could be it as well. Lornoy, Eye of the Opposition. They weren't great. Tyler was the Minds. Mind Song, Quick. Bailiff was a tongue speaker. Sama feels like the right choice here, maybe, if you want to actually interconnect. Sar's also saying heart. Does the heart lie at the center? Possibly. It could be Orsef as well. Alright, we're gonna test Sama. Orsef is our second option. Alright, exit. You hear an almost rhythmic thumping and squishing of stone and earth striking the sickening soft body of the sea slug. Then it stops. The falling stones striking all of the ground as if the worm suddenly disappeared. Alright, well, let's see if we can be one step ahead of him, I guess. Put the piece in the air spire. Unless we're missing a step. Rocks and boulders fall straight through the Sangdress's vaporous form. Slowly, ominously, he floats towards you. Alright, so he decided to turn into some sort of mist form. Well, this is exactly what we need then. You set the seal piece inside of the air spire's indentation. It crackles and affixes itself there. Rocks stop falling, but gale winds rage through around the protective circle. It feels as if you're standing in the eye of a tornado. The ghost dragon is caught in this wind and scatters him smoky form until it vanishes. Alright, cool. Well, we have placed the seal. Now it's up to us to find out if the things that we have supposed, or the things that we have learned, and hopefully not just assumed, come together in this theory. And we're gonna put in this Nexus seal piece into the focus. You slam the Nexus steel piece into the focus. A column of red fire pours down through the frame and onto the rune below. Fire spreads throughout the platform and ignites a spell. Unfortunately, it's this wrong spell. Alright, it's not Sama. Sangdrax launches himself and tears off your head. Too bad. Cool. Okay, I need to pick another save here somewhere. Can we move this? We effectively have a 6-shooter here. You didn't ask for a save? No vivid flavor text this time, Maisie? Oh, it's the Starheads, you know. It's all airhead. I missed that, Nene, but appreciate it. Alright, move the focus. It's not Sama's spell. How about Orsef? Ah, jeez. Short way from center to the J. Is this correctly positioned? This might be it. It may be the wrong spell though. Or it may be the wrong rune rather, I should say. I think that matches my notes. Transport would make sense for the interconnect. Is there any way for us to know what the spells were? Is there some flaw with our logic? So I was saying something about the heart rune. Or a heart, at any rate. The winds have scattered the ghost dragon for good, it seems. You can't find a trace of Sangdrax anywhere. Perhaps the storm has finally taken care of him. I don't think so. Alright, well, let's see what the Nexus Seal piece says. I feel like this may not... No, we'll find out. We'll test our second theory. 125 points! That seems like may have actually been the correct choice. Transport makes sense, because transporting all the resources between the realms, opening the interlink, it kind of all feels... If it's not the heart, if it's not the center, between everything, then it's transporting. Oh, here he comes again. Oh, that's so cute.
Seal pieces, Patryn.
The 3D animation, so precious. It's adorable.
I've got one more, dragon.
Around it, cutie nose. Yeah. So cute now. How very intimidating.
When you drop the Nexus seal piece into the focus and ignite the interconnection spell, magic flows through the runes of the island.
Perfect.
And connects the elemental spires.
Second try, out of 6.
Unwisely attempting to break through the magic field in order to stop you, confronts the brunt of its power. It proves to be too much, even for the incarnation of evil. and the explosion hurls him into the swirling vortex, hopefully never to be seen again. You've connected the 5 realms. Perhaps now the worlds can function as planned, and their inhabitants can not only survive, but flourish. Yet you ponder one particular unrealized goal of your Lord, namely the release of your people from the labyrinth. With time, and the aid of the Sartan, you may be able to see this dream fulfilled.
No, our people are still stuck? They better help us.
You've saved the realms
Holy
from a
heck!
fate worse than death. And while doing all of this,
A
you
full
scored 1,500
score?
out of 1,500 points. Congratulations.
Oh, heck yeah, we really solved this game. Perfect 100%? Yes! Thank you, AZ, as well. Oh. I'm sure the dragon will find another place to enjoy pain in their own way. Don't worry about it, AZ. Oh, what a journey. All the realms, all the people we met. Oh, I hope they will be in a better place now. Maybe we can actually make this stupid plan of the Sartan work. With a little bit of touch from us. Setting it right. This should mean that everybody should be in a much better place to deal with their environment because they will be getting the resources that they need. And they can probably travel now as well. What a good story. I really like the puzzles in this game. This is like some of the most logical adventure game puzzles that I have come across without like being just like, you know, obvious or whatever. It felt really good to flow through it. Heck yeah, Iskran, Binary News, thank you very much for the GG, you did okay. Much appreciated. And Binary News, I really hope that you had a good time with this story. I know you got quite invested in it. I'm really happy that you were here for most of it as well. Yeah, we're pretty good on the deaths. Not that many, and a bunch of them were like intentional like joke deaths too. It's just like, well, I know that I'm going to die, but I have to try this. Yeah, we should be able to like eventually get a upload of the VODs on the YouTube or whatever. What about YouTube? So any bits that you missed, hopefully you'll be able to enjoy them there. Oh, it just dumps us into DOS. The world saved. DOS. Amazing. Very good game. It is a very good story. I agree. Yeah. I feel like the authors maybe had something to do with that, or whoever wrote this story, they did an amazing job. And I very much appreciate it. It being fully voice acted was quite nice too. Yeah, this is the CD version with all the voice features, and it runs a bunch of stuff off the CD, which is why we had some like little bits of load times on occasions. And back to the potatoes then. Well, hopefully not. I hope that Haplo gets to actually enjoy the all the work that we did uncovering the mysteries of this world and reuniting, if not reforming, but reuniting the worlds together again. That was beautiful. That was very beautiful, and I very much appreciate you all hanging out for these streams. I I have such a good time with these kinds of point-and-click adventures and just immersing myself in the story and the adventure. And it is so nice to be able to share that. For now, it is 6 a.m. Took me a little bit longer, or like there was a little bit more of the game still left than I had expected, but I wanted to push through because I felt like that if I didn't finish it now, I might end up with a pretty short stream the next time. That just felt good to run through it. And I'm very happy that, yeah, everybody could be there for this. For now, I think we're gonna see if we can find somebody else to raid. Thanks again for hanging out. And I hope to see you again for some more adventures later. Oh, it was nice to have the entire gauntlet uninterrupted. Yes. Yeah, that was... I really liked that gauntlet. And like, I'm actually really happy that we had one actual rune puzzle in there as well. Because that's something that's not a mechanic that we saw anywhere elsewhere in the game. Good night, everybody. Heck yes. Alright. I'll see you all later.